Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live and Capital Preservation Friday. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the one and only Pax from somewhere in the greater Chicagoland area. Pax, good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. We had a great week on NinjaTrader Live. We had some great contributors and
Oh
special
yeah.
guests off the hook, and we had some good market action. And it's Friday. We're not done yet.
Great conversations. Great conversations with a lot of really very good analysts. Ken Carsten is one of my favorites, and he's another Chicago trader. And I mean, just great. And just watching Kane and the order flow guys and Tanya, who's one of my favorite young traders. It's just so much fun to watch this all come together and watch it continue to flourish. Listen to the way that you interact with everybody. It really is awesome. And Tracy is absolutely one of my favorite people in the world, and absolutely one of the best analysts and commentators that I know in this business. And I've been around this business as you have been too for quite a while. So, I don't throw that out there lightly.
Hallelujah, brother. I agree with that 100%. Everybody knows Shy is one of my favorites. So is my favorite, probably my favorite. So I love listening to her too. She's very smart.
Kane is coming to Chicago for the Ninja Trader meetup, August 5th. We're going to have dinner, Shab, Anthony, and I, with him at Italia. As a matter of fact, we were talking about before he came in at Gibson's Italia. I cannot wait to meet him. He reminds me, Kane. I've said this a million times, but Kane reminds me a lot of me when I was younger. I was going to say young. I'm still young, but younger. And it's going to be great to meet him. I hope that everybody comes out for that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, beyond that, behind that rugged exterior, he's a sweetheart of a guy. He's a super nice guy.
I think people would say the same of me.
They do. They do. Oh man. Anyway, so I've been following you on X this week. You're shooting out some ninja charts, and how do you feel about the this summer week we had with the equities just still being strong?
Old dog, new tricks, Jim. I'm learning how to. I've never posted charts for a few reasons. One is, I want people to have to think and kind of, I don't know. For me, when I picture things, I remember things, and I have kind of a near photographic memory for well, in life, but also for this business. So I'm dyslexic, and if I close my eyes, I can visualize things. So for me, it's always helped for me to be able to see the levels and to picture them in my mind, and then I can see them on the dome. It took me a while to understand that the majority of traders don't see things that way and would rather look at a chart with these lines on it. Actually, speaking to you every Friday and putting these up. So then also, I want people to be able to see, not just visualize, but see, in a chart how the opening range works. And so I've been working with Mike Burke, the wonderful man from Ninja, a great developer, on developing a PAX indicator, like an opening range PAX indicator, so that everybody can see how the opening range breakouts work and how the market trades from level to level to level. And this isn't rocket science, as I've said a million times. It's not that complicated. We overcomplicate it, and that doesn't need to be. Anyway,
Yeah, but
keep it simple.
by the way, I can't wait to get that. I can't wait to get that in my charts. And I just also want to let you know, yeah, Mike Burgess, he's spectacular. I'm so happy he's with us.
Um, Somebody wrote NASDAQ is at a hot point, too high, might reverse soon. Don't bet on it. I wouldn't do that with my ex-wife's money. Take it easy here, okay? This is just because the NASDAQ is sitting, and we're talking about this a minute ago, just because the NASDAQ isn't doing much, and the S&P has rallied quite a bit. Off the lows, the S&P, the NASDAQ has rallied 30%. The S&P up until a week ago was lagging by 10%. Well, now the NASDAQ is catching up. The S&P is catching up. The NASDAQ can literally sit in this tight range that it is, and the S&P can trade up to 64, 74, and all they're doing is coming in line with each other. So don't confuse a summer market with a top. You will get your face ripped off.
Yeah.
We have no idea what's going to happen come next week with QRA and also the Fed decision. I mean, the Fed's not going to do anything, at least according to Fed funds. But also we have, the press conference. So maybe we break like crazy, but I'm not willing to gamble with my money and pick a top up here. No chance. And also,
It's like you go to the baseball game in between innings and they have the three hot dogs, different colors, running around. You don't know which one's going to come in first place, right? One's leading the other one's leading the other.
that's
That
hilarious. That's exactly right. That's right. Who's going to win? Yellow, green, or white? Yeah. I don't know. We'll know next week with the Fed. We've got some data out next week. This has been a relatively quiet week, but and then we've got Liberation Day 2.0, and anything can happen. We can have look, we're I'll talk about this week's price action in a second, but we are either going to have another leg up and the S&P is going to 6838, right? That price down, 6838. The NASDAQ needs to get above 24,328, and then it's going to trade up to 26,000. I'm not willing to roll the dice, take the crap games that we used to play in the alley. I'm not going to roll the bones against the wall and hope I don't crap out. That is not trading, that's gambling. And that's what the majority of people do. That's part of the reason why the majority of traders blow up.
Yeah.
No, thank you. No,
Yeah.
thank you. So, don't guess.
Yeah.
Trade the market as it is, not as you think or want it to be. Not hard. It's easy then.
Yep, for sure, for sure. And good morning, Chad. Good morning, traders. Appreciate everybody being here today. Nashville, Tennessee is represented here in the chat, as is India. Welcome, India. I appreciate you guys being here. Type in where you're from. It'd be interesting to know. I'm Pax is in Chicago. I'm in Charleston, South Carolina, and I know we have an international audience here, so I appreciate everybody being here on this Friday, especially if you're overseas. I know it's like, it's probably cocktail hour overseas, right? Eight, I don't know, depending on where you're at, but certainly in the early afternoon in London, I think, at this
Well,
point. So we
well,
really appreciate it. Oh, Finland is in the house.
let's hope that they have more than one kind of gin in whatever restaurants are going to.
I know. Well, I talked to the manager last night at the restaurant, and I told him he has to expand his array of offerings with respect to the gin that they serve at the bar.
That's great.
He was nice to me. He didn't kick me out.
That made me laugh when you said that.
Belgium is here. Great state of Texas. We got my neighbor, Paulie from Somerville, South Carolina. Always good to see you, Paulie. Lithuania is here. Glasgow. Wow.
Glasgow.
Sierra Nevada. This is awesome.
Oh, look at that. Australia, really? It's got to be midnight. No, what time is that? Yeah, hey, that's a strange time. North Carolina, love North Carolina, Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania, Colombia. Oh yeah,
I
I've
love
been,
it.
I've been watching rewatching Narcos to go to sleep, which is not a very good sleep
No.
TV program. But I'm trying to pick up Spanish by watching Narcos. How do you like that?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's one way to do it. Engineer
South
Bear, who's
Dakota.
always with us, always the first to chime into the chat. Asheville, North Carolina. I heard that recovery process is still going on. A little rough up there in Asheville, but a great place to live for sure.
Bristol, England.
Yeah. So Lehigh Valley, awesome. North Carolina. Anyway, Lithuania. Appreciate you guys being here. Very, very awesome. So Pax, let's talk about the ES, the E-mini S&P up on the screen here. This is a daily. I have a daily candle chart here with the PAX lines. And, whenever I see this kind of sideways consolidation for a long period of time, and we saw that, and then boom, right there on the 23rd, a pop to the upside. And now a couple of days of consolidation again. It's like a paradigm shift up in price, and then you go sideways, up in price, and then you go sideways. And, I'm wondering if that's what we're at right now.
Yeah. So last week, hold on, let me look at something real quick. Last week we talked about that. Okay. So last week we talked about that. And I said explicitly that the S&P is going to trade up to 6402. So you see the line on that chart that above 6010, which is our quarterly pivot in the SPOOs, our two upside targets are going to be 6206, which we got on there. We achieved that. We got above it. And then we churned a little bit in the 62.5, 63.5 area, and then popped up to the ultimate goal of the market above 6010 is 6402. So I maintain, and again, like I was saying earlier, don't confuse this with a topping pattern. You'll get your face ripped off, and rip your face off rallies are no fun. I've been a part of those more times than I want to
Yeah.
recount. But
Yeah.
the point is that, if I think that the S&P is going, I think, I don't trade my thoughts. I trade the price action as it is, not as I think or want it to be. And that's saved me since 2013 tons of money and has made me tons of money. I don't need to catch everything. But now um, ab- the above 6402, we're going to kind of churn the 6402 up to 6442 kind of, and I think we churn here until either next week with QRA, Fed, or Liberation Day 2.0 on August 1st. And then we're going to have another leg up, in which case the next targets that we can draw are going to be 67.96. 67.96.
Wow, that's a big bump.
Yeah, hold on. There'll be, let me see. Uh, there'll
That-
be an interim target in between that. Oh, wait. What
You
is
said,
that?
and you said 67.96, right, Pex?
Yes.
Yeah.
196. Let's see. 60. 65. Put 65.98 in there too. 65.98.
All right, let me get it. 65.98. Got it.
Okay. And then above 67.96, we go to 68.38. And so those are going to be the levels at the market above. We need two closes above 64.02 to elect a move up to 65.98. And then another couple closes above that to 67.94. If we get this, I'm not saying we do, and I'm not calling another leg up. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that if there's all kinds of tariff deals made and whatever, and we start to rally, that's where we're going. Now, if we can, if QRA and Fed and whatever data we have out coming up to Liberation Day reverses, and we do start to tail off, well, then we're going right back down to 63.36. I have to see. I still have to picture the numbers in my head before I say them. 63.36, 62.92, 62.48, and then back to the goal of 62.06. So we get down to 62.06. I will take the money on my shorts. We get below 62.06. I'm going to sell the bejesus out of them, as my dad would say. And then I'm taking those down to 60.10. Underneath 60.10, we are going to 59.49. Underneath 59.49, sold with everything you have in your account. We're going to 58.40. Under 58.40, we're going to 56.17, 56.17 to 55.09, 55.09, 54.71, 54.71 to 53.95, 52.82, and all the way back down to the lows. One rung at a time.
Yeah.
These prices that Jim and I are talking about, they don't change.
Yeah.
They'll always be targets 30 years from now. When I'm dead, well, 50 years from now, I plan on being 115. 60 years from now, when I die,
So with
my
your
sons will be trading these levels.
I don't have a photographic memory. I have sticky notes all over the place. I literally have these sticky notes. This one I just wrote this morning. I'm gonna read this weekend The Big Print by Lawrence Lepard. He was been on our show. He's a crypto guy. That's gonna be my weekend chore. But I had to write it down on a sticky note so I remember to download it onto my Kindle.
See, most of the people under 45 have no idea what a Kindle is. That's hilarious. A Kindle. That's great. But yeah, that'll be good. That'll be a good read.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So okay. So this is looking at the interesting thing about yesterday and today, so far today. Small range day yesterday. Doji, right? We opened and closed about the same price today. Small range day again. Doji open and close the same price. So far, a little bit of a higher high and a higher low also, but just still sitting right at that 6402 level.
Well, the way that these levels work is that we churn them a little bit before we kind of get above it. But this is going back to like December, January, and February. I said the very same thing, at least in my group. My traders were prepared for it. I said the very same thing about 61 quarter to 61.66. in the S&P, that the S&P was going to trade to 61 quarter, and then it's going to have a hard time of, I'm sorry, 61 quarter to 61.55, and the S&P is going to have a hard time getting above it. And it did. You know, we churned that area, and that's how we're going to go back and look at a chart: December, January, and February. And then, of course, we broke 20+% from there. But that's exactly what's happening here. 6402 to exactly 6402 to 6442 on the upside. That'll be the extreme high. Now, if we can get above that, we are going to rally like mad. Now, you know, I'm a perma bear. I'm a much better short side trader than I am a long trader. I don't like being long. And the reason that is because when I started trading, you know, I in 19 it makes me feel so old to say this, 1997, 1998, you know, we had that massive, I was in the NASDAQ pit. We had that massive tech bubble rally, but I came of age when the tech bubble burst. The S&P, then here's another thing, Jim. The NASDAQ went from 4882, which was the high of March of 2000, 4882, to a low of 784 in October of 02. 2 years, we broke 85%. I know a lot of people that were worth millions and millions of dollars who bought the dip all the way down. Why? Because, well, they're tech stocks. They're going to go higher. It'll go higher. It'll go higher.
Yeah.
Do you have, I'd like to see in the chat, how many years did it take us to achieve that level in the NASDAQ again? 4882. How many years do you think it took us to achieve that level again? The March of 2000 high. Anybody have any clue? I'll give you a
14,
second.
14, 15 years, something crazy.
17 years. It took us 17 years to get there. 17 years. It wasn't until 2017 that we got there. And the only reason that we were able to make it back to that price was because of massive QE, massive money printing, massive stimulus, and, you know, and just liquidity producing events all over the place. That's the only reason we did. And 4882 to 23,000. 363. Well, of course, it's even a bigger bubble, but that doesn't mean that we're going to break tomorrow. So be careful picking tops.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the things I want to point out before we shoot over to a NASDAQ chart actually is, so I had this rectangle here, and this, you know, this consolidation or churn, as you'd call it, started at the beginning of July. And what I do when I kind of, it's a mental crutch for me, right? So I draw a rectangle. So from resistance, it's the bottom of the rectangle touches the highest close of a body of a candle. And then, you know, a little bit, you know, I move it up a little bit because support and resistance is not a number, it's a zone, right? And we have a lot of volatility. It bounces around. So that kind of defines the top of that consolidation. And then I do the opposite for the rectangle on the bottom, right? I put the top of the rectangle touches the lowest body of a candle, and then I drag that over. Which, two things interesting here. One, I kind of drag, I keep it going, right? Because the resistance becomes support so many times. So I dragged it over just to say, okay, this might be support later on. The second thing that's interesting is, look how my rectangles line up to the PAX lines. Perfectly. Perfectly. I mean, it's amazing. They're really, really awesome levels, PAX.
Thank you, Jimmy. You know, if you do the math on that real quick, from the high of 6, it looks like you're drawing that from a value of 63.36 to 62.48. So if you do the math on that, you know, the market equidistant swings, the concept of equidistant swings, the market will do on the downside what it does on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. So that's a difference of 88 points. If you swing that 88 points above 63.36, it takes us to 64.24. The high is 64.21. Coinkydink? I don't know. You know,
I know.
I don't think so.
No, either do I. Let's go ahead. Let's pop up a NASDAQ chart here. Let me see if I have the PAX lines on the micro or the classic. I can't remember.
You know, so another equidistant swing. Keep an eye on this level. Go back to that real quick if you can.
Yep, sure.
So an equidistant swing above that, it'll be 65.21. So let's draw a line on that and see how the S&P will trade up to 65.21.
I'm going to do it.
I mean, this is just something that you pointed out that I'm noticing, and I know, I'm telling you, I'm not suggesting, I'm telling you 100% factually that the S&P, NASDAQ, all of the markets will do equal distance swings constantly, and they do them in equal measure. It is a fact. A fact. It happens all the time. It's happened throughout my entire career. So look for these. Look, I mean, I don't, I mean, I'm just learning what Jim's talking about here, but from 63.36, which looks to be the high of that candle, to the low, 62.48, that takes us right up to 64.24 with an equal distance swing above that to 65.12.
Yeah. Awesome. All right.
I'm sorry, that's 65.12, not 21. I screwed that up.
Hang on. Yeah, 60. I have 65.21.
12, 65.12.
All right.
See, dyslexic.
That's all right.
Get those numbers jumbled.
But you got it. It was course correction, man. You did it. You got it going.
Well, I'm good at that.
Let's shoot. You're good at many things, my friend. Let's shoot. Let's check out. By the way, El Salvador is also in the house. By the way, I want to mention that. Welcome, El Salvador. Appreciate you, Carlos.
What an interesting country that is. Hey, Carlos, are you guys all happy with the direction that you guys are going in? I'm interested to know from somebody actually from there, because it sure looks like it's an interesting place. Anyway, go ahead, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, El Salvador. Yeah. I got that right. No, I just kind of. We got some Charlotte, North Carolinas. I'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina this weekend, hanging out with Mom Cags as she convalesces after another hip break.
Hey, Ashwin, you can get the levels here as we talk about them, or join my trading group and you'll get them every day. But write them down here. Write them down here. They're not going to change.
All right, let's shoot over to NASDAQ. I got the NASDAQ up. Similar consolidation pattern from early July, and then we had that breakout, and then kind of sideways again. A little bit bigger bodies of candles for today and yesterday. Not perfect dojis, but still relatively small candles right now.
So I want to talk about something that we briefly mentioned earlier is, a lot of people are starting to think that the NASDAQ is putting in a topping pattern because it's not railing. It's weaker than the SPOOs up here. I don't see that as the case. I see it a little bit differently. Now the NASDAQ had like a 10% bigger rally off the lows of the year, 16,000. Hey, go back and read my tweets in early April. When the NASDAQ was reading, I left them up there. When the NASDAQ was trading, I talked about this yesterday to SPIL. When the NASDAQ was trading at around 18,000, I tweeted, and you and I talked about this on the show.
Yeah.
I tweeted that the NASDAQ will trade down to 16,500. Actually, the exact price was 16,450. We stopped at 16,460, and I also tweeted that the S&P would trade down to 40. I got to picture the numbers again, 48.34, and the S&P traded down to 48.32. And the only reason I said that was because the market does the same thing all the time, and it's always mathematically based. So you just have to know what to look at, and then you can trade it. So as long as you have a process, consistent, repeatable, and scalable. So the rally off those lows, the NASDAQ, you can do the math yourself. The NASDAQ rallied about 10% more than the S&P did. So the corresponding prices, or the matchups, not confluence, they're different. I don't use that word. I think differently than the majority of traders. So off the quarterly pivot in the S&P is 60.10. Quarterly pivot in the NASDAQ is 21,889. We have that in there, right?
Yep,
that right there is a quarterly pivot. Okay. Now, since the beginning of the quarter, the S&P has been a bit stronger. The corresponding levels, is 23,109, which is, we've been churning all week long. That price equals in the S&P 6206. So off the quarterly pivot since late June, early July, when we started the new quarter, the S&P is a couple of 100 points stronger than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is still churning that level. Now, to give you another, a little bit more perspective on the new quarter, the upside target, as we discussed many times in the S&P, is 6402, and the corresponding price in the NASDAQ is 24,328. That's 1,000 points away. 6402 equals
24,000. Give me that one more time.
24,328.
Got it.
So that is above 23,109, which is the upside target. The next upside target and the goal of this quarter is 24,000 328. And then, above that, it's another 1,200 points. So let's see what that is. 21,889 plus 1,200 takes us up to, Manaya. I did that completely wrong. 24,328, 24,3, too many numbers, plus 1,200, roughly up to 24, like, why am I doing that wrong? 24,328 plus, I subtracted it. That takes us up to like 25,528, 25,500.
All
So
right.
it's a long way to go, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a big rally, and in my mind, and I understand why the trader earlier was talking about a possible top. I mean, what kind of buying needs to come in to propel the NASDAQ that high? I mean, a lot of money, right? A lot of things with rates being high and not coming off, and gold being so strong, even though that's broken $100 in the last couple of days. Um, a massive amount of buy volume needs to come in to propel us that high.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna grab a pair of dice and hope and roll against the wall and hope I don't crap out, man. I'm going to let the market tell me what direction it's going to go in. I am not going to guess. Capital preservation is absolutely the most important aspect of any trader's career, and you need to learn that.
Yeah. I mean, if you just look at the last several days, you could, I just drew a really, loosely fitting trend line at the bottom here, but we have a series of higher highs and higher lows. And, yeah, you could say, well, we got some wicks up here right now. We got a lot of, we got resistance. We can't claw any further. But to your point, Pax, we've already jumped up, right? We've already done this. We've already done that catch up earlier. And there's no signs of, in my mind anyway, time to hit the sell button nonstop.
Yeah, let the market dictate. So, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I have. This is it. There's nothing coming in here to propel us higher, and and I start building a short position, and boom, and this is when I traded NASDAQ
Yeah.
primarily, is you were 200, 300, 400, 500 points away, and now I'm averaging in a loss when I could have very easily been long with absolutely no risk. You know,
And
Yeah.
as long as I have this 8 exponential moving average here.
Oh
This is
yeah,
the golden line. And I look at that and it's two things. One, it's upward sloping. It has been for a long, long period of time. And two, we close above it every time.
every
We
time.
close above it every time, whether it's a green candle or red candle, it doesn't matter. We close above it. And as long as that keeps happening, those two conditions are true, that's telling me, buyers are still have a big appetite here and it's not going away.
That and we don't need to understand why, and the why of why buyers have such a big appetite, it doesn't need to make any rational sense.
Yeah.
Remember the old Keynesian quote: the markets can remain irrational longer than you or I or any of us can remain solvent. So please
Yeah.
just protect your capital, protect not only your financial capital, protect your emotional and spiritual capital. I talked to a couple of traders in my group yesterday. And I said in the morning, and I'll say it again today, publicly. I don't think that there's a reason to spend any money in this market. That does not mean that I'm not going to that I won't take a trade. I will. I will. Maybe not, but I will. Just because I say that there's no reason to spend any money in the market doesn't mean that I won't trade. If the market gives me something that is very clear and obvious to do, I will take that.
Yeah.
Now,
So,
now,
Pex, by the way, just I don't want to I want to keep that thought rolling here, but we do have I know it's Friday and this is not usually not the case so much, but we do have some data coming in a little while, so
yeah,
we're
yeah.
going to have Shai come and walk us through what's on the docket today and how to analyze it.
Okay, good, good. I love talking to Tracy.
Hi,
Hey,
Shai.
Hey guys.
hey, Trace.
Hey. Hey. So this morning we have durable goods and cap goods. And just to go over what they mean and what they mean for the market, durable goods are products that are intended to last 3 years or longer, such as vehicles, appliances, heavy machinery, computers, etc. And these orders refer to new purchase orders placed by the manufacturer for production of these items. why it is a leading economic indicator is because these orders are a key predictor of the future of manufacturing activity, kind of the broader market health. So rising orders typically indicate industrial expansion, while falling orders foreshadow an economic slowdown. What does this mean for us as traders? Well, this does affect the stock market and also bond yields and interest rates. So positive surprises tend to lift markets, and the opposite would happen. So we should be watching the market for this one. And then capital goods kind of are not a market mover so much as just a leading economic indicator, because they reflect business investment in machinery, equipment, infrastructure, and other infrastructure used to produce goods and service are these goods. So economists watch these figures kind of to gauge trends in industrial activity. So we should have those numbers right now. Durable goods orders came in at minus 9.3%. Prior was plus 16.4%. And survey was minus 10.7%. So a little bit less worse than the survey was, but certainly negative compared to prior. And cap goods came in at negative 0.7%, worse than the survey of 0.1%. So again, both of those numbers came in negative.
Tracy,
not that much movement in the
No.
ES right now.
Didn't expect it. But Tracy, I have to tell you, I've been trading for 28 years, and I started clerking. I started running in 1988 and clerking in 1989. And so I've known, durable goods always came out on Fridays at 7:30. I never in my entire life have ever understood what it is until now. Thank you for the explanation. That was great.
Right. Well,
I mean, seriously.
I can help out.
I also have to ask you a favor too. Tracy, you need to contact the Bureau of Labor Statistics for me and tell them to take the dishwasher. Every time I buy a new dishwasher, it breaks in like 3 months. It's not very durable, so they got to take that out of the category altogether.
Do that, man. That's the truth, and that stuff is expensive. That's hilarious.
I know, right? I will personally call them and let them know.
Thank you, Shai. Appreciate you. And thanks for the update on the news today. Appreciate you.
You're the best, Trace.
All right, guys, I'll be in the chat. Check you later.
Why aren't you coming to Chicago?
I don't know. I wasn't invited. I don't know.
I'll fly out. Come out, see me.
I have to be here.
Please come see me. Oh yeah.
I'll come out and see you. I have to be. Somebody's got to be here to hold down the fort. So that would be me. But I will come visit Chicago soon.
I miss you.
Awesome. That's awesome, Tracy.
You too.
Thank you so much.
Hey, so
Bye,
Gary Schlemmer, Gary, I don't want to butcher your last name, but Gary had said something. What about those of us that are trying to make money consistently in the market? So look at Gary, every single day, capital preservation Friday, capital preservation every day. I talk about this in well, I don't know if I talk about it here, but you need to reset every trade. And every morning you come in, you have to have a plan. And I ask myself, most of you are going to focus on your expense, on your what do you call it? Your risk reward. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that means. I come in and I say to myself, am I willing to spend money in this market? Do we have any market drivers? Are we going any place? I talked about this in pretty good detail in the Trader Line conference last week. Is there a reason for the market to move here? And if there is, or are we moving? Are we at interesting levels? Do we have data? Is there, Fed info, whatever? Next week we have some interesting stuff. Okay, so there is no reason for us to move today. So I don't have any reason to spend any money in the market. I was long and have been long, and I flattened up my longs at 60 in front of 64.02 at 64 even, and I'm flat. I'm long gold. From an investment standpoint, I have some Bitcoin, but otherwise that's it, flat across the board. Now, okay, I am looking for Jimmy. Can you scroll back on a daily in the S&P? Go back to February.
Yes, sir. Let me catch up with you, but no problem. Whoa, not that far. All right, so
right there.
February, yeah, so it's about February here.
Yeah. So Gary, now listen, those are the moves that I'm trading for. The move from 61.66 down to 49, 48.34, but 49.5 for me. I flattened there, and then the rally back up. Okay, I'm looking to trade markets with that sort of momentum. That's where fortunes are made. Most of you guys are going to recoil from that sort of volatility, and you guys are going to sit and do nothing. When that is when I am willing to spend money, and I will say to my traders every morning, depending on what size I'm trading, I'll tell my guys, I am willing to spend money in this market. I'm willing to spend a lot because I know I'll make a lot. Okay. So I've got to make that decision. Now, from that break to that, from the rally, from the high of 61.66 down to 48.34, and then back up, um, uh, I have, over the course of, now 12 years since I started trading one lots and two lots in 2013 and building my way back, scaling my way back up, I have rebuilt my career, and in the beginning, 4 to 8 points at a time. The ATR, if you go back to 2013 in the S&P, was 15 points, 17 points. The ATR now is 50. Actually it's a little bit less. It's 40. But
Well, it was 110 not too long ago.
it was 300. It was
Yeah.
It was at a record. Right there in that volatility. The ATR with the 10-day look back was at 300 points. Okay, so now you're going to build your career in the S&P 15 handles at a time. From the opening range, the S&P churns 15 points all the time. I'm not suggesting that to be the case. I'm telling you that's the case. And when we don't get it, yesterday it was a 10 handle rally. When we don't get it, I don't want to trade. I don't want to spend money. If I can catch a 15 handle rally, then I can build my business on 15 points, 15-point increments, like building a building, right? One brick at a time, one 15 handle rotation at a time. In the NASDAQ, those rotations from the opening range are 65 points. So if I can build a career one brick at a time, 15 handles in the S&P, 65 handles in the NASDAQ, take the money, call it a day. And as I continue to build my bankroll, I continue to build my market awareness. I continue to build on my, I hate using the word discipline or patience because nobody ever takes the time to define it. But if I can build those things, then 15 points becomes the building blocks for me to catch a break like that and for me to catch a rally like that. That's big league pitching. And if you want to be a big league hitter, you've got to be able to hit the curveball. And on top of that, if you're going to be a Hall of Fame hitter, you're going to fail 7 times out of 10. So your stats don't mean anything. Your win rate, nothing. It doesn't mean anything. What means something, my win rate's probably 30%. But what does mean something, the vast majority of my trades are very, very small expenses or scratches, the vast majority of them. What does mean something, to borrow a phrase from my dear friend, my brother and dear friend, Anthony Crudele, what does matter more is how you go big in that case, go small in yesterday's case, or not at all in today's case. Okay, that's it. How you increase your size, decrease your size, or not trade, and reset every trade. 15 handles at a crack. Now, another thing. Over the course, I think of the last 5 or 6 years, traders have seemed to come on the floor. We traded, I would be long from the opening range. I would take profit but I was a really big trader. I can move the market by myself with my own money. I never traded for anybody else. And I traded NASDAQ. So, I'd be long from the opening range, whatever that would be. And I'd take profit all the way up and, still have something on, but then I would flip, what's here? 28.80, buy him, bid, I don't know, 70 on 10, sold, bid, 60 on 10, sold. I would scalp like that all day long. Can't do that on the screens.
No.
So one of the things that I have learned since 2013 is, and that's another reason why many of us floor traders have failed on the screens, is because they never learned how to trade small or not at all. It's either balls to the wall or you're scalping. So one of the things that I've learned, and a tenet that I live by, especially capital preservation, Friday or every other day, is that the less I trade, the happier I'm going to be. The less I trade, the happier. I don't need to make money every day. I can't.
So
I
Pax,
also don't need to make money every day, but I can't try to make money every day. Every week, maybe. Every month, for sure. Every
so
day, no.
so Pax, at what point, in the morning do you look at the screen and you say, "Nope, I'm not spending any money today," and you close it down? What triggers that?
Well, I've already decided that I'm not going to spend any money today because there's no reason for the market to move. Now,
Okay.
that doesn't mean that we don't have some residual buying to kind of, where the buyers are going to come out later when it thins out and kind of push us higher. I mean, gold is breaking pretty good. The bonds have not left the opening range yet. So we got to talk about gold before we skedaddle too, because the swings have been so clear and gold is the hot hand right now. You got to be trading the hot market. But right off the opening range, if there really is no momentum, yeah, I don't care about time in a trade and I don't care about volume in a trade. I don't. But off the open, if there is no volume and there is no momentum coming out of the opening range, I'm not going to even trade it. I'll
Yeah.
sit with my traders, and the majority of the traders in the PAX group are actively trading it, looking for these 15 handle swings, and I'll help them manage their expenses. I'll tell them when to take a scratch or when I think when they should, not when they what my opinion is. Um, but you guys also have to understand is that I mean, I've got a year ago, I was diagnosed with heart issues like Ant and like Tony, and I'm trying to take it easy. I'm looking for reasons to trade less, not reasons to trade more at this point in my career. But you guys looking for those 15 handle rotations, 65 handle rotations have to have the market awareness to know when is the market trying to accomplish it when it isn't. Does
So
that make
Pax,
sense?
yeah, it totally makes sense. And one thing, I love the baseball analogy, right? I love the baseball analogy because, a lot of folks, they come up to the plate and they just want to hit the home run. They're swinging for the home
Right.
run and they strike out,
They
right?
come.
It's not a base hit. I think everyone listening to us is, understands that baseball analogy, and I think it's a really excellent one.
Well, those home runs are going to come, and the grand slams are going to come. Let me explain this real quick, and then we got to get to gold because gold is such a great trade. But listen, we have, if you can, when I trade at my best, I'm satisfied with $1,000. I made 1,000. Yeah. And I'm talking about on the floor when I was making six figures a day and then I started to swing that. But, when I would have six-figure days after the tech bubble burst pretty consistently, I'd be happy if I made a G note. Now, in those days, 20,000 either side. If I made 20 grand or lost 20 grand, I considered it a scratch. That's how crazy it was when we controlled the momentum and the volume. On the screen, similarly the same way. If I'm positive at the end of the day, $500, I'm okay with that. I'm satisfied, not happy, satisfied. There's a difference between being satisfied and happy. I'm happy when I make a ton of money, and a ton of money for me is, I mean, it's going to be different for me than it is for you. And I don't trust anybody that puts out, money. I don't trust any of YouTube streamers that talk about the dough they make. I don't trust any of them. Great
Well,
traders do that.
and that's true. Those are a lot of red flags on the field. But what you just said also is important, right? Every individual should stay in their lanes, right?
Yes.
I have a smaller lane than you have, and I'm staying in my lane, even though I want to be in your lane. Eventually, I will be, right, over time. But stay in your lane, and
Yeah.
patience, patience, patience.
Stay in your lane, but try to push through it when the market gives you. So if you're satisfied with $1,000, $500 a day, then every so often, and nobody makes money every day. So Gary, don't try to make money every day. Just manage your expenses. But at the end of the month, you should be up, on a consistent basis. Let's say 10,000, 20,000. If you're consistently making 10, 20 grand a month, does that seem like a ton to some traders? I suppose it does. But if you're making 10, 20 G a month, and you're consistent with it, every so often, you're going to have months where you make 100. Maybe a month, 2 months, you're going to make a lot of money. It's all relative, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yep,
So,
yep, yep.
and every quarter, let's say if you're satisfied making $500 on, consistently on a day, you're going to have a lot of 2 or 3 or 4 days every month where you make 5 or 10,000. If you're satisfied with that 500, and then every quarter that 5 or 10,000, you'll have a few days where you're going to make 20, 30. And every year you might have a few days where you make 50, 60, 70, especially in a year like this. Now, every career $500 a day satisfied trader will every so often have a career making trade, 500,000 to $1 million. And then they go back to the $500 a day. You know, I talked about this yesterday with the trader on Twitter. We ended up talking, you know, through DM. Listen, if you have a good day, the other shoe's not going to drop. Protect it, preserve that capital, and move on. Back to the $500 a day. And then boom, the home runs come. Boom, the grand slams come. And the strikeouts come.
So Pax, that's great. That's golden advice, and I do appreciate that. But let's talk about gold. I have gold up on the screen right now. I have a daily chart up here. This is a great futures market to trade. There's micros in the gold as well, folks. So you know you could trade a smaller size. There's no shame in that. And actually, they're awesome markets. So gold candle. I got a daily right now. I got some Pax lines here. What's going on here?
So geez, I don't know, 2 months we've been talking about these levels. So the swings are incredibly clear and the volatility is unbelievable. And I've been posting these charts since I've learned how to post charts on my Twitter feed. And there are a lot of traders in my group that are making tremendous amount of money trading the gold. You know, one of the great things about trading the opening range is that the opening ranges are staggered. Gold opens at 8:20 Eastern, 7:20 Central. The equities open at 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. So you've got an hour and 10 minutes in there to position yourself and to trade it, and then go ahead and position yourself and trade the indices. Now, another great thing, this is something I didn't have the ability to do on the trading floor because I was landlocked. I traded NASDAQ. You know, if I wanted to trade bonds or I wanted to trade crude, I had to walk out of the pit, pick up a phone, make a call, and hopefully I get that order in time. You know, now on the screens, I can trade any market that's moving. You know, that could be dangerous if you don't have a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable. The indices, I flatten up longs, and I have not been intraday trading them all that much. Gold has been a phenomenal trade. So every level that we've been talking about for a month or so, the swings are defined and clearly defined, and these levels do not change. 32.94 to 33.33. So you're long at 32.94. You're going to take profit at 33.14. You're going to add above it. You're going to flatten because the swing is completed at 33.32. We go 33.34 bid. You're going to significantly add more, and you're going to take profit at 33.62. We go 62 bid. You're going to add more. You're going to take profit at 33.80. We go 33.80 bid. You're going to take profit at 38.14, which is where we got to this week. And I quoted 34.40. Yes. Yeah. What did I say? Dyslexia. So again, 34.14.
No, you're good.
And then above that, the swing would have completed at 34.60, but the market stopped at 34.5. Now, what is 34.50 is the high of this move. What is interesting about that is the opening range the other day, and this is going to be the 23rd. The opening range that day, that's the day that we made the high, was 34.38.9, so 33.39 to 33.41. So when you're long and we make the high of a half and then we come under that opening range, that is when you flatten up the longs and you sell them. You get short. And I talked about this in real time on my Twitter feed, and the traders in my group took advantage of it. So now the swing changes. We're back.
But at that point, hey, Pax, at that point, you reverse and go short, or no? You just wait?
Yes. Reverse and get short. And if you don't want to get reverse underneath that opening range at 34.39, then you wait for the market to get back down to 34.14 because you still have significant. All your stops, by the way, on the way up are at entry. So it's kind of using the opening range and using these bigger levels as sort of a swing. My whole process is built on in the S&P is 15 handle swings to every day from the opening range to get me to these bigger levels. Same thing in gold. Okay, now I'm going to use the opening ranges on these extreme moves to cover my longs or shorts, as I'm trying to quickly illustrate here. I feel like I'm going through it too quickly, but underneath 34.39, the opening range on the 23rd, which I think was Wednesday, then the swing changes. It's there to 34.14 again. You take profit. We go 14 offer. You're selling more. and you're taking those down to 33.80. I tweeted all of this yesterday and the day before, and you're going to take profit there down to 62. You're taking profit there, and you're going to add there, and you're going to take profit down underneath 33.62. The swing completes in front of 33.34. So we made the low just now of 33.36.2. You would flatten up, take the money, and you just made you made a huge amount of money. Now, again, these swings, you take profit and then you use the profit that you locked in to sell more. I talked to S-Pill about this yesterday. You buy, let's say you make 3,000 on a trade. You're willing to spend 500 of that or 1,000 of that to make, another $5,000 or $10,000. That's it. And if you lose that $1,000, you're still up 2,000 for the day. Call it a day. You walk away because that was good. That's a good expense ratio. Gold has been giving you those moves. It's been, really clear, and these levels don't change. And if you need proof that these levels are true, just go back and read my Twitter feed, because they're all out there, all in real time. 33.32, my brothers and sisters, 33.32 to 33.62 to 33.80 to 34.14. And now the pivotal price is going to be that opening range on Wednesday, 34.39 to 34.41. That's where the swing completes now. 34.64 will still be a macro level and still be the swing completion, but that's it. That price becomes pivotal. Real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. And that is, again, it's not how many, what your RR is, or it's not what your what do you call it? The, your win rate is. Garbone. It's how you go big, go small, or not at all. And that gives you the ability to be able to make $100 on a trade with very little to no expense, no expense, and gives you the ability to add. And those are the trades that make fortunes.
So Pax, let's pivot over to the bonds, 30-year bonds right now, and take a peek at a daily chart.
All right. 30-year is 113. Remember the level that we've been talking about in the 30-year that is the most pivotal price on the board is 113.24.
Right there.
113.24 is absolutely the most pivotal price on the board. And we rallied up to it this week. Well, I mean, we kind of walked up to it. And we didn't rally with any gusto. And then we didn't close above it. We took, and then we got back below it. So 113.07 is the 50-day moving average. We're underneath that. So that should take us down to the lows of the week, which is going to be 112.21.
Let me catch up to you. Let me catch up to you, brother. All right, there we go. I got the 21s up there.
Okay, and then the low of the month, 111.11. Happy 11/11. I tweeted that out last week when I saw that. Happy. My wife and I always tweet that to each other when we see it on our cell phones. Happy 11/11, honey. I love you. Right. So, happy 11/11, 30-year bond. I love you. That's the low. We get below
right
111.11. Then we're going to trail back down to that 110.01, which is the low of the year, I think. 110 even. We get below 110 even. I think the 30-year bond ultimately, it's in a huge bear market. Obviously, I think the 30-year bond will see a 9 handle before. I think we see a 9 handle. That's my guess. And of course, if we get above 113.24, I'll trade it from the long side. I haven't traded bonds for a while because bonds aren't moving. Gold has been the best.
So wait, repeat that for me, Pax. With where are you going to trade it from the long side if it gets above where?
Above 113.24.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah.
We need to close twice above that, and then we'll be back up to 114.21 and 115.15.
Yeah. All right. Very awesome. Do you have an opinion on the Bitcoin?
Bitcoin seems to be kind of settling in. I don't think Bitcoin goes lower, and if it does, I'm going to sound contradictory. Because I can't stand when people make a living buying dips. Don't buy breaks. I mean, or don't pick bottoms. Don't pick bottoms. Don't pick tops. For a good example is when the S&P was crashing and we traded down to 48 even. And I kept telling everybody 48.32. I kept telling everybody don't pick bottoms. Buy them on the way back up. Oh no.
But Pax, the whole world does buy dips, by the
Yeah,
way.
right. And and when we have an event like we did, and like I outlined in the NASDAQ, 4882 to 784,
Yeah.
and we will have that. We will have that. That will happen in your trading lifetime. That will happen. Don't think it won't. I'm telling you, it will. It will. It always does. Might take every 20 years, but it's coming around. Anyway, when that happens, people are going to get their faces ripped off. But now, with that said, I think if Bitcoin gets down to 109, I'll buy more. 109.50. I'll buy more there. We get down to 99, like just under 100,000, 99,100. I'll buy more there. Bitcoin is something that I'm going to invest in and not trade. We get down to 94,000, I'll buy more. We get under 94,000, I will pitch my ads. I'll get out of them.
Okay, so hang on. Give me those levels again. I was slow on the draw.
109, 109, like 50. Call it 109.50. If we get down there, I'll start to nibble a little bit.
Got it.
And then underneath
again, time out 1 second. Time out 1 second.
Sorry.
So no, everybody, you saw me put that line there. You saw me put this line on the daily chart. Look at that. I had an area of resistance there, right? And I just haven't updated this. I usually would drag it all the way across and say now it's support. And look what this Pax line right on that rectangle.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Margie Teller, the great Margie Teller, one time told me and a bunch of other traders who were sitting around having a drink, she said, you have the same moving averages, the same blah, 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 the same, you're all looking at the same stuff. What makes you different to you, right? So everybody, I think, if your technical analysis is going to be any good, it should be similar to mine. But what makes me different than you and you different than me? It's what you carry in your heart, what you carry in your soul. What you're bringing to the screens, you will puke up all over the screens. I mean, you will literally you bring yourself to the screens. If you've got limiting beliefs, if you cannot envision your success, or if you're chasing supercars and you're chasing the things that rust, break, and lose value, you're gonna limit yourself. But if you're looking to preserve your capital, financial, spiritual, emotional capital, and you're looking to grow that, you're looking to take care of your mind, body, and your spirit, that doesn't guarantee success. And you find it, if you can do those things and you can find a process consistent, repeatable, and scalable, then that will put you in the driver's seat of your career. The most difficult thing for me to deal with in my life, in my career, was knowing how to be successful. I have no problem making money. I can make money. Keeping it, that's a completely different thing. There's a trader in my group who's made like $500,000 this year. He trades for, one of those funding companies. And, and I believe that he thinks that he's got it together. I don't care how much somebody makes in a year, 5 years, or even 10 years. It's not impressive to me, because I'm telling you, I've known way too many traders that have been worth 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, that have blown themselves up because they start thinking who they are. So the most difficult thing for me to deal with in my career was learning how to be successful and to maintain that. And that was hard.
Yeah. So and on that note, it's like, all right, I've got it, I save it, it's in my pocket, and then, well, it somehow gets spent from somebody else who lives in my house. But we won't go into that right now. we're in good shape. She's a good girl. Pax, man, it was great. I love Fridays. It's like for two reasons. One, it's Friday, right? The weekend's almost here. We worked hard all week. It's Friday, but also, more importantly than that, I get to talk to you every morning.
Yeah, Jimmy, I love talking to you too. I really do. I look forward to it every morning. I have to get up, I have to get up at 4 a.m. so that I can prepare my my body and my mind. But I enjoy, when I talk to you on Fridays, because I have to be ready to perform an hour before I usually am. But I look forward to it. I popped out of bed this morning at like 4:15. Yeah, I get to talk to Jimmy Keggs. I mean, I'm going to have a great day.
Oh, that makes me feel good for sure. I appreciate hearing that. You have big plans for the weekend?
My wife and son are going to Boston with my sister-in-law. My daughters are at camp, so my older son is in Denver. My oldest daughter's got a cold. So Cubs Sox game tonight. I'm going to go with a couple of people in my group that live in Chicago. We're going to have dinner. And then tomorrow, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Mass on Sunday, working out, you know, that kind of stuff. The same old stuff just by myself. And I'm not a big fan of being alone. Like I said earlier, I love being with my wife, and she's going to be in Boston with our son. How about you? What are you going to do?
I'll be in Charlotte hanging out with Mom Cag. She's recovering from a hip replacement.
Oh, oh God, I
Oh,
wish you a speedy recovery.
yeah.
That could be so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But we'll be, you know, I got I got my Kindle. I'll hang out with her. I'll be in the hospital the whole time. But you know, she's awesome. She's you know, she
Kindle.
graduated magna cum laude from college. Like that's the top person,
Mm-hmm.
and she's still that smart. And
Oh,
so
that's wonderful.
it's just enjoyable being with her. But thanks for asking for that. But it'll be okay.
Kindle.
All right,
Yeah,
folks.
her
Thanks for
Kindle.
coming to Capital Preservation Friday. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button for Pax. He was up at 4:30 this morning getting ready for us, man. And the amount of knowledge that we just heard for free, everybody, was outstanding. So, Pax, thanks again, man. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good luck, everybody. I think Kane is up after, right?
No, no, no. We have an unusual mix of characters here. We have two young stud traders going to be trading the open with us. We have Leo and Chris. So.
Oh, I love those guys. I love Chris is one of my favorite guys. Leo and I are becoming friends too. I love that.
Yeah.
I love both those guys. So good luck, fellas. Have a great weekend, everybody.
All right, all right. Thanks, Pax. Let's go ahead and trade the open this Friday. Good morning, fellas. Good morning, Leo. Good morning, Chris. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Morning, Jim. How are you today?
Pretty good. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I know it's Friday morning and there's tempting to be like, all right, we're going for a long weekend, man. But thank you.
Yeah, we're getting ready. Excited to do it out with Leo. See who comes out on top.
Is this the first time you two have been together on the stream?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well,
How dangerous will that be?
We have trading boxes and order flow labs side by side today. Now, chat, come on, man. That's worth a like right there. You don't even have to have a trade yet to know that's worth a like. So we're pumped up about it, man.
Yeah, what are they at?
I'm sorry, Chris?
Yeah, the likes. Yeah, let's get those likes up. Let's go into streamer mode, Leo.
We will. We're finishing strong for sure.
Only 139 likes. That's pathetic. I came here coming over a cold, so if I sound like a little nasally, that's why.
Yeah, we did miss you yesterday, Leo.
I didn't I watched the charts. I don't think I missed much.
No, but Nick and Stowe did great. Was this Nick and Stowe? Yeah, Nick and no, it was XYZ. and
XY,
Nick.
XY.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were awesome. They had some really good trades, and I think XYZ yesterday may have coined the phrase, or it might have been the day before, but he may have coined the phrase a banger trend line trade.
Banger trendline trade.
Yeah,
Proprietary?
Yes, it sounds proprietary.
exactly.
Yep.
Anyway. All right. Either you fellas in a trade yet or no?
No.
I am not either.
All right.
I am waiting it out. So Leo, one of the things I do is I share my trade plans. So I apologize in advance for taking 5 minutes out of our duo stream here. I got to give the people what they want whenever as we get closer to the open.
I'm here for it. Let's see it.
All right, you guys. Chris, you do your thing. I appreciate you guys will be over in the chat. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thanks, Jim.
All right. So let me bring over this. So for those of you guys who have been with me yesterday, we were pretty much considering a breakout from this 4-hour consolidation, right? And we highlighted that yesterday's preset New York session, we were in an overnight range. We bought that pullback into that failed breakdown in both ES and NQ, and then price just consolidated sideways the rest of the day. So it was just a mean reversion day. We did break out overnight in ES and NQ a little bit of the same. It is a little bit more choppy, but this was its own sort of consolidation here during the New York session, right? So we did take a peek above. We did fail back down in NQ. In ES, we're sort of back testing this initial breakout from this consolidation, this range. So as long as it can continue to hold this 64.05 area, then we can see a move back up into new all-time highs into the 64.20s. If we do form acceptance and we break down, if we're unable to reclaim and sort of push up higher, then we'll probably revisit prior day low. And from there, you know, since we continue to be in a bull market or an uptrend, we can reverse back up until we form acceptance and then move lower. For NQ, we are at risk of possibly ending here. If we can hold this pullback into 330s, we can do the same thing, hold, consolidate, chop some more, and then revert back up. If we fail, well, guess what? We're only failing into the next support area, which is prior day low in this prior consolidation base that we broke out of. You guys remember we had a failed breakdown into that support area yesterday that I used to allow me to add to my ES positions since it was leading. So if we fail here, then the obvious place that we can go back to is this prior day low support, you know, back test this breakout at 280s, reverse back up from there. If we form acceptance, then we can traverse all the way back down to the other side of this range to 160s or into the next area of support, right? So we just have all these support areas stacked. That's sort of the 4-hour structure that I'm looking at. And then for the morning plan, oh, it looks like we're breaking now. The hourly plan here, we're in a tight hourly, what I call a 50 EMA wedge. That looks to be breaking now. So if we are really committing to this move lower, then what we shouldn't be able to see is a reclaim of the 6405 level in ES. You know, there's a possibility that we can come down, take out London slow and reverse. If we can do that, if we can reclaim 6405 area, then, I mean, you can see it here. It's been this interaction with, you know, resistance, some chop here as it sort of holds. And now we're back testing it again here. So either we are holding this back test, or what this is becoming is acceptance of support, and it's going to lead lower, right? So we have scenario one here telling us if we can hold and reclaim, we can push back up to prior day high, the 6418 zone, reject from there unless we form acceptance and get scenario 1.2 and then break out higher. If we are committing to this breakdown, which probably will be the first support that we break in a few days, really, then we are most likely going to see a move down back to prior day low, the 6390 area, where we do have the most immediate support area, reverse from there, or form acceptance, get scenario 2.1, and then move back down to the next area of support, which is the 6368. So I would say 6375. In NQ, a little bit of the same. You can see that we are in another sort of wedge contraction in attempting to break down. We just took out London slow, and in ES we have not. So there's probably a divergence there between the indices that could lead to a reversal and reclaim, right? The reclaim area that needs to, that's probably looking like we're doing that right now, is this 355, 360 area. You can see it's also this sort of sideways range box, right? But at the moment, we just want to focus on the support area. If it can continue to hold, then we can reverse back up, take out overnight highs, and then push into prior day high, this 430 zone, which has been clear resistance for the last few days. We got knocked here, and after some chop up here, we push back down. So you can imagine that the first reaction back up there can be met with some selling pressure. Then if we do form acceptance into that zone, we are going to, price will tell us that it's ready to go higher and then possibly break out higher. If we are unable to reclaim this 360s and see maybe like a lower time frame acceptance consolidation, then we are most likely going to break lower into the prior day low, and then maybe really at this moment back test this 280s area. And if we can see a push or a move lower back there, then we'll probably reverse back up unless we form acceptance. You guys know I like to wait for that. We form acceptance, and then we break back down below 280s. And at that point, you know, we're at risk of traversing back all the way down to the other side of the range. So I imagine there will be some good interaction there if we do see that. And that's my morning plan.
That's solid. Yeah, I was noticing like on the ES profile at least, from a volume standpoint, kind of you outlined, that well-defined range. There's a volume build up here, at 6390 all the way up to 420. So there's this distribution here And until we break that distribution, you know, we're still consolidating, assumingly for higher.
Right.
And then the same kind of looking on Q. There's actually, it's a little more well defined here. There's this volume build that was balance. We broke away from balance, created another volume distribution here between 300 and 150. We back tested it a few days ago, and now we have this new volume build up here between 320 and 420. Everybody's been talking about the seller at 420. They broke above it yesterday or last night just by a few points, and now we're finding ourselves back inside the middle of this range. So definitely looking for these 320s to be an area of support, potentially to keep us in this major part of this volume node. But I'm also, you know, it is Friday. It's one of the historically bullish days in the market. But that doesn't mean that we can't go to the downside at all. So I think for me, kind of the major inflection point would be 320 on NQ. And if we break that and build volume below it, then I would look for that to become resistance and then look for, you know, sells all the way down, at least to the week open.
Yeah, it's a good level, 320. It's also prior week highs.
Yep. Got that marked out. Thanks to the tools that we have that mark all that stuff out for me. I don't have to worry about it.
And then that would be, do you typically look, well, you don't trade ES, right? But
I don't trade ES, but I have it, you know, I have this high time frame look, so I can just kind of see what, you know, what it's up to. Basically, you know, with the same level. So like ES higher, last week's high is all the way down at 63, 63. Let me turn on my.
Yeah, it's pretty far away.
Crosshairs.
63,
Yeah,
56.
63.56 something. So that could be an interesting spot. I doubt we get there today, but you never know. You never know.
Things
So anyways,
what was that?
I was just gonna say, so anyways, you know, I'm kind of curious. Something that I've always wondered about other traders is like, do you trade pre-market? Do you trade after hours? You know, the joke about pajama traders is kind of funny. But it seems to me that most of the traders that I talk to that are, you know, more on the professional side don't really trade pre-market or after hours. I'm curious what, you know, if you trade it, if you trade much. Yes, I'm calling you unprofessional if you trade pre-market.
So the way I see it is I like to combine an A+ location with what I like to call, you know, an A+ setup, which is just a system where my parameters are met, right? The entry, the exit. I mean, I'm very systematic and technical like that.
Right.
I need the same entry, the same exit, stop. I need the same sizing. I need the same partial exit management. So as much as if I can systematize that, and less discretionary decisions, it has helped me over time. So the way I see it is I have two really setups. I have a reversal setup and then a directional setup. If we come into support that I understand as a high interaction, right? Where there's going to be a strong interaction between buyers and sellers, and my model or my setup forms, then I need to take it. If that's 30 minutes before the open, I'm taking that because, you know, for example, what happened yesterday is both ES and NQ came into those areas maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes before the open, and I got long both. And price, that was the low of the morning, and price reverted back up. Doesn't, you know, I would say, yeah, I can get stopped out as well, but I need to execute in those locations in order to allow me to capture the move that I'm looking to capture.
So you're more about just, hey, there's an opportunity here. I'm going to take the trade.
Yeah.
No matter what time.
Well, I mean, I certainly don't trade after hours. The New York session is pretty much it. But I have found that in uptrends, and I don't know if you've seen this as well, when we're typically in a daily uptrend like the one we've been in, you have some weakness in the morning in the early session. And the way I see it is, I look at candles a lot, but that move lower to take out London slow or overnight low, or back test, let's say prior day high, we put it in that daily candle wick, and then you see the daily candle reverse back up. So I'm looking for my entry to be in that area, and then I'll take partials, and then I'll hopefully participate in a daily expansion type candle. So yeah, that's why location. If it forms 30 minutes before or 30 minutes after, it's my job to execute. That's how I see it.
That makes sense. Yeah, I guess for me, it's like a good practice. I guess what I've learned about myself is not to be looking for a trade pre-market or after hours. I don't trade after hours at all, but pre-market, it's kind of like you said, if there's an opportunity that presents itself, that's kind of like you have to, it's just, I have this joke where it's the button clicks you, you don't click the button. There are those scenarios where it's just like, hey, there's a great opportunity here. I'm gonna have to take this trade.
Of course.
But I'm not looking for actively looking for it, because for me, my morning routine and my planning kind of takes precedence over executing a trade.
Yeah,
that makes
pretty
sense.
much I'm the same. I plan my trades. I actually plan the trades that I'm looking for, and then I just look to execute those. And in those locations, right? And like those scenarios, those are where I'm looking to execute. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. If I get one or two good trades in the morning, then my day's done. I don't really need to trade anymore.
Right. That makes sense.
I do like, I'm always interested in seeing where you guys, because you guys will buy some level and you're like, oh, I'm seeing this delta flip, or I'm seeing we're at this sort of level. So I'm always interested in learning about that. I keep talking to Stowe, our trades always are pretty much like 5-10 points away from each other in NQ. So there must be something there that I'm not seeing from the order flow side that he sees. But maybe, that relationship from what he's seeing to what these candles are doing in that moment in time, probably a good thing to add to the toolbox.
Yeah, I think the one benefit for me, just using order flow or just looking at the order flow, is that you get a little bit more of an understanding of what's happening at each level or at each area. And that understanding then gives you confidence to take the trade, right?
Yeah.
Because you've seen that, these types of things happen over and over underneath the hood, I guess.
Yep.
And so you've seen it over and over and over and over. And, now it's just like you're just clicking, you're executing what you've seen, hundreds of times, hundreds of thousands of times. And obviously it doesn't always work every time, but it gives you that. I wouldn't say there's necessarily edge, right? That term is kind of widely thrown out there and I think misunderstood, but it gives you confidence and understanding. And I think that in itself gives you edge.
Yeah. Yeah. You're adding all those things that you see over time. And why, they say you can give a profitable strategy to someone and that other next person can't execute the same, because it's you who has seen that pattern over and over again.
Exactly.
So let's see what we get. This is typically where I look to execute, because I'm pretty big on divergences, RSI divergence. I'm not focused on whether it's overbought or oversold, but part of sort of the conditions that I set up for my reversals are, can we come down to the support area, which we're in right now? Can we see some sort of divergence between the indices? Well, I would say so, as this NQ low was a new low versus the sort of overnight low, and then ES did not make a new low. And then I look to see if there's RSI divergences, or what I look to do from you guys is the cumulative delta. If there's a divergence there where NQ went lower versus the prior low it was in, right? Since I follow a lower low, lower high downtrend, for example, this, you have lower low, lower high, lower low. Maybe RSI has a higher low, or maybe delta has a higher low. And I'm seeing that as sort of the momentum behind that last low is invalid, or is not met with the same amount of participants as that first low. and that is a strong indication for what I look at, that we will most likely see maybe a failed breakdown and reversal back up to that other side of that overnight range.
That makes sense. I'm kind of looking for some similar things. There's, in this, let's say in this box range here, I'll just draw it out. So if you were to isolate,
is that the gray one that you have there, like gray white?
Yeah, with just what I drew out right here.
Okay.
So if you were just to look at the order flow in these, at the bottom of these ranges right here, you would see it's this is a little misleading because it doesn't have the entire portion of this range here, but you would see a ton of negative delta. So what that means is that from an order flow standpoint, there are bids that are just refreshing in the 47 to 63, right? This whole range is that every time we come down here, sellers are selling into the bid and the bid is just refreshing, right? So somebody might sell 10, get filled, and then the bid refreshes that same price level with another 10 or 5 lots or whatever.
Yeah.
And so when that happens over and over and over, there's kind of like one or two things that are going to happen. And usually, it's that, that area basically, you're seeing support being built in real time, right? Because you're seeing that, well, the bid's just refreshing and the sellers can't progress price further lower. And usually, what's likely to happen, or what often happens in this case, is that, price will revert away from, squeeze out some of the sellers that were trying to sell into this. And then obviously new buyers come in, saying that, hey, there's support here. It's we're pushing away. And that's a really easy and something that's easy to understand from an order flow perspective is that concept itself.
Yeah, I can see that.
So that's something that I look for, day in
Then
and day out.
as far as entries, when you're considering that 60-40s range, you look to execute when you see what a delta flip or something strong that tells you the reversal is most likely going to take place.
Well, not necessarily. If I see this type of pattern and more in real time, I would like to execute when it starts to occur. And then when we start to push away, I want to add to that trade, because I'm not really looking for a confirmation on the actual trade idea. I'm just looking for, hey, I've seen this pattern 100 times. I'm going to start a, starter position. And then when we push away from it, kind of like the market's, I guess telling me I'm right, then, I want to add to that trade for that expansion away from the zone. So that's one scenario. Then the other scenario is, okay, we've seen this happen, right? And we push away, and let's say I wasn't paying attention and I missed it. If we come back to that area, right, then I would want to look for some type of, in that case, I would want to look for buyers to then show up on a retest of that area, because I want to see that, it was support, it was absorption previously. And when we come back to it, I want to see if there's buyers there. And if there are, then, I want to buy it with them.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, we have 7 minutes. We have 250 likes. That's a great start before the market opens.
Jeff, yes, I am sick, and I promise you I will not give you a computer virus. That's funny.
We have a lot of people in the house. Shab, always good to see you.
Shab made me send her a sound test last night. I may sound worse. I'm sorry, Shab. I don't know.
You sent her a voice memo? Hello.
Yeah, she asked me, she's like, and you just send me a voice memo. And so first I'm trying to figure out how to send voice memos, because that's not a thing that people my age do. Good morning. Good
Sweet
morning.
nothings. You whispered sweet nothings into her ear. A lot of people here. Emilio, John.
I didn't want to stick you by yourself, Chris, you know?
Yeah, thanks. Larry, a lot of the usual cats.
Stowe, I know I sound great. You know it. Stowe's trying to, I won't say it on live. Stowe's trying to be super nice because he wants me to make one of those bets with him. I think that's what he wants.
Oh, there's that move. So here's a little bit of a spike that I was looking to be in, but price looked a little bit weak.
This looks like pre-market jitters to me.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, you see this stuff a lot, especially on Fridays before market open. You know, they just wiggle it around a lot just to get people all excited. Probably.
Yeah, so this is how my entry would have looked on that. And then I would be targeting. So I look for R multiples. You know, I'm big on partials.
Me too. Yeah, I love to hear that you kind of trade similar
yeah,
you know, strategy.
It just helps overall, you know, as one increases size, you know, trading one or two lots, trading. I mean, I used to trade a lot large back in the day, and if I didn't really systematize taking partials, you know, it's tough when you see a move price, you have a target in mind, it doesn't hit it, and you just see a huge reversal. You're like, oh, I should have taken partials. Well, why not create a strategy where you do take partials? And you know, work with that. So yeah, I'm big on partials. Got to finance your risk, as I like to call it.
Yeah, I've heard you said that a lot. I came up with this whole system called POSA. That's basically like just defines the way I trade from a trade management standpoint, and it's put on risk. So that's kind of like the first, you know, P, put on risk. Observe the activity, so that's the O. Scale, so it'd be size up or size down, right? So like if you put on some risk, you see the activity you're looking for, you may size up in the trade, or conversely, if you size up in the trade and then what you're looking for is not there, then you size down, right? And then so that's POS, and then the A is, man, did I already forget what the A was? This is embarrassing. I don't have to. You make these acronyms for yourself just to like memorize, like, let's see. I'll find it later. Somebody will yell at me about it.
All right, so we have 3 minutes into the open. We're in NQ. We're in this micro range from, you know, that 40s, 50s spot to 380s, almost 390s. And you know, something like I look to do is I see this, of course, as a micro mean reversion environment in this small range. And if we can get acceptance, to me, acceptance is a consolidation at resistance or support to signal that we're not reversing back the other side, right? There's a fight or a negotiation that takes place into that resistance or support that, from a data perspective, it informs me that if, you know, let's say we're consolidating at resistance and we're have this choppy period right at resistance, it's telling me that buyers are stepping up and they're not letting sellers bring it back down. So that's how I sort of understand that price action. And if we can do that, then we can get a directional move away from this overnight range we're in. So that's how I look to execute a directional move. So we might get that. Maybe there's a delta flip somewhere in there, but hopefully we can get that. And because it looks pretty weak at the moment, so I'm also wondering if we can come back down to the prior day low, 280s. You did highlight that 320 area, so we'll see. It'll be interesting how we trade. I'll have to I'm probably gonna slow it down this morning and wait for my levels while you are ninja getting in there and executing on these levels you have.
Well, it's going to be slow, I think, for Friday. Let's see what the relative volume looks like. Yeah, relative volume is in the 80s. So that's a sign for me to put on the brakes, don't overtrade, and just, wait for the best opportunities. So for me, I'll probably just wait for the 5-minute OR to form.
Okay.
And then just kind of get a gauge for what we're doing after that. Do we have any?
Yeah, I'm wondering if
let's see if we don't really
you look at. Well, no, we talked about this. You don't really swing trade, but something that took place last night was Bitcoin possibly breaking down out of this range we're in, and I sort of see that as a risk on, risk off. And being how extended we are, I'm wondering if it's an indication of possible weakness here. Let's see how the open goes.
Yeah, we've had a lot of weak opens. Almost every week or every day this week, the open has been kind of directionally down. We're seeing that now too.
Yeah.
Interesting that we're opening in the same range that we opened yesterday, from a 5-minute OR perspective.
So we're into that bottom area of the overnight range. If we can consolidate here for a bit and like multi-candle consolidation, then it might be an indication that we are going to revisit the prior day low area with 320 along the way. So, for those who sort of view my Thursday slots, I'm looking for some sort of wedge contraction here, and then look to see if we can execute on a breakdown. If not, we're probably going to reverse from here. But it's just a waiting game for me now to see if we do commit to a breakdown. Or, ES, ES has been leading. I actually traded ES yesterday for the first time like in a month.
Oh, really? How was that?
It was all right. It's been leading, and I was going to buy NQ. I did buy NQ. So technically what I did, I split my risk between both, but I just wanted ES as well because it's been leading. And so I from a risk reward, I wanted the opportunity to capture more R multiples the way I see it, with some exposure in ES.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So the A was add for momentum, and the reason I forgot about it is because we haven't had the A in POSA hasn't worked for the last 3 or 4 weeks because of summertime trading. So that's it. Add for momentum unless it's summertime. I think that's the caveat.
Yeah, it's no momentum, but I find it still a great market. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's there's a certain structure that the market follows in these low VIX summer type markets, and if one just takes some time to really understand that, you just add another set of potential entries in these low environments. What do we see often? Prices are corrects through time or corrects through price. So if the low VIX environment, we're going to correct through time, probably get some failed breakdowns, failed breakouts as we create this choppy environment. So why not get in on that failed breakdown, trade it back up to the other side of the range, and then exit?
Mm-hmm. ES is still looking weak.
Yeah. Let's see how, again, I look at a lot of stocks. So let's see how financials are. Industrials. Yeah, they're weaker than tech at the moment.
What programs do you use to look for that? Do you have like a heat map or something like that?
What's that? Say it again.
Do you have like a heat map to look at some of those things, like from open?
Just the watch list and my own swing account.
I gotcha.
Are they red? Are they green?
When your stocks are down.
Yeah, I like to just trade futures the first 2-3 hours, and I'll swing trade as names trigger. All right, ES is leading here. No breakdown. Both are attempting to hold here, so we might see a 9MA reversal. Is what I like to call my setup here. We do have our side divergence. You know, NQ did make a new low versus ES. So that is a divergence between the indices. There's a possible 9 EMA reversal here.
Hey, so what's that 9 EMA reversal? I hear you talk about that quite a few times. Do you mind?
That's the 1 second here. Let me see if I need to.
And if you're gonna take a trade, then I'll shut up.
No, you're good. Yeah, it doesn't look like we are going to break down. Let's see, this is 69.43. I'll buy it.
Pretty tight range, opening range from compared to yesterday. It's like half size.
We need to get above 70s here. Let's see if we can push out. And then go to overnight highs if we can.
Be a nice trade.
ES is leading. Oh, you know what I didn't do this time? I did not buy ES. But that is fine. Let's see if I can. I'm going to take half off if we get to 1.3R. Actually, because we're in a range, I should bring down my. We'll see. It's still choppy, but this is, this is pretty much what I like to do in these low VIX environments. Look for some failed breakdowns of overnight lows. Get in, and I'll go over that 9 EMA reversal. But I have to adjust my stop. I don't know if we can get it today. We'll see. I'm wondering if it might be a risk off day because of Bitcoin, but so far, I mean, ES is holding and it's leading.
You're just fighting prior to close and VWAP. There's an anchored VWAP from the overnight high. ES is right there too.
We'll see. If it fails here, then there's sort of more confirmation that's telling me that we're going to break lower.
Mm-hmm.
So the 9 EMA reversal is a trend following entry system. So, if the market moves in a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high structure, the 9 EMA is that moving average that is sort of, it's well, obviously we know that it's lagging, but it is the moving average that follows that immediate trend structure. Like, so for example, when we're in a daily trend, we are in a, like the first 1 to 5 day move, we're in a new 9 EMA sort of uptrend, and then the trend out of these, like for example, might get stopped out here, does not want to push out higher. So what I'm looking to do is, I wish it was like a crayon drawing. Is there on Ninja?
They have crayons,
Yeah, where I can like draw without. Anyways,
XYZ is a crayon expert.
All right, so it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here. It will not work out. All right, I am out of that trade, so now I can go. All right, so before I say that, I'm looking for acceptance here, some wedge structure to see if we are gonna break lower. But anyways, the 9 EMA, it's the downtrend is in a lower low, lower high structure. When that ends, we get a new higher high along that downtrend, right? So we are breaking above the last lower high, and then we're starting a new 9 EMA uptrend. So this drawing here that I made, I'm looking to enter at the break of that last lower high, because technically what's happening is we're starting a new higher high, higher low structure. So if I can, I'm looking to enter there, and then I'll put my stop at the low of that last low, and that's my 9 EMA reversal. Obviously, there's more things involved, but I'm essentially looking to get in where the downtrend of this lower low, lower high sequence ends, and we start a new higher high, higher low sequence.
Right.
Because it's at that point that we are confirming the reversal from some sort of support area from a technical perspective, because we're starting a new higher high, higher low sequence.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a trend follower, so that's pretty much the best possible entry that I could find for myself. All right. ES is still holding.
Surprisingly, I mean, it's got a huge volume node from overnight. It's just kind of hanging out in. I wanted to buy that 30s really bad, but I didn't pull the trigger.
Let's see. So far, ES still in that range. We saw a little bit of this in NQ yesterday versus ES. NQ made a new low, maybe like half an hour after the open. ES was still in that range, and then after the NQ made that new low into like 290, 300, it reversed.
And this reminds me of yesterday's open. We're going to get pretty close to a trade that has become popular in the circles that I'm
What
in.
is that?
This is 5-minute OR short at this point. I'm going to jump in. I got a pretty bad entry, but basically, you have this 5-minute opening range. We broke it to the downside, and so when it comes to retest the mid of that OR, I look for short
Nice.
against that 5-minute OR mid. But I got a terrible entry, so I'm gonna have
you're
to.
Short right now?
Yep.
Let's see. It was pretty much the back test of this consolidation we've been in.
Right.
So maybe we're back testing it. Now it's resistance and it can break down for you.
Or not.
We do have RSI divergence at these lows, so I'm sort of thinking maybe we do get a failed breakdown.
I'm gonna come out of one. I just hate the entry, Got to get the price you want, and then when you don't, it's just like you're just the risk reward changes completely.
Yeah, we're holding so far. Let's see what the hourly's doing. So either we're going to reclaim here in reverse, or we are going to get rejected. Let's see. There is a possible 9-minute reversal here, but we're sort of back testing this overnight consolidation, which can now be resistance, and it'll serve you well.
I mean, there is some selling at that mid, but it's just not. There's no follow through after it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of want to consider another.
You see it on the tape here too. All right, I'm out. I'm coming out of that one. I still like the trade. I just, for me, sometimes I'll just come out of a trade just to like see what we do. When we have this node, like we have a ledge right here, and then we have a ledge here, anything really can happen. We could pop this side and rally up here, which is what's happening. Seen that, tons of times.
So I got long. I'm gonna look to see if this turns into a failed breakdown. But it is choppy. And I did have size to see if I can add. But if not, it's, I mean, ES is in a super tight range. It's really not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back in this, I think.
I mean, I look at SPY and Q as well, and SPY is pretty much not moving. So what this would need to become is a failed breakdown in Q. ES did not put in a new low. And now we need to reverse back up to the other side of the range. We do have our side divergences on that low in NQ. We have a divergence between ES and NQ. NQ made a new low on this last low and ES did not. So, you know, going back to my comments on divergences, when I see that into a support area, I see that as an indication of a potential reversal. We're seeing that a little bit of that right now. So we're struggling back at the 70s area. We can really get back above that in NQ, then I think we can see overnight highs. Let's see if we can push out. Let's see what my swing stocks are doing. Well, Bitcoin's down. I gotta cut some of that. What we got? What's net doing? Net's going.
I think your trade plays out pretty well if ES can clear 08.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of strength in software and semiconductors. On top of you're talking stocks. So it's good for tech. Tech is leading. We have, you know, financials and industrials not doing well. Pretty divergent type. This 370s and NQ is not capping this bounce. So when you guys talk, like Stowe just commented, much absorption here, what does that mean? It means that the buyers are being met with stronger sellers?
Yeah, so there's basically like a passive
absorbing the buying?
offer. Yeah, there's a passive offer up here, just reloading. So there's a lot of, you know, buyers are trying to move the market higher, right? You would assume.
Mm-hmm.
And the offer is just refreshing.
Okay.
So he's saying like
Absorbing the
between
buys.
they're absorbing all of the buying and then refreshing, kind of like the same thing we talked about this morning with the bid. Same thing's happening on the offer, but they're starting to push through it.
Yeah, they're chewing through that supply. If we can get cyclicals to balance, I think we can get that push.
Leo's position add-on is broke. I'm not in a position.
So we did, you know, my first trade was the trade here. It looks like NQ wanted a new low though. So I got back that I'm close to 1R here. But
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
looking
good
to see
trade.
if we can push out higher.
Yes, still. It's interesting that ES is still just struggling and Q is starting to make a move. So you're definitely on the right market. Good thing you didn't get into that ES trade, Chris.
Right? And I never got to add, so I'm still in that half size, so it's all right for now.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks, Mark. Let's see if we can get to overnight highs in NQ. We're over that 370 sort of area. If it can now act as support, that'd be great. There we go. All right, that's good. We like that. Let's see if ES can break out and then Q can lead. Into 1R here. I'm looking for 1.3R, which would be a new high versus overnight highs. I'll bring it down. I'll do 1.3R. We're into that overnight resistance. Oh, and ES just got hit back down. Pretty good failed breakdown so far.
People love to buy that overnight low sweep, you know?
Yeah.
Very popular trade.
Had to take me out first, apparently.
Sometimes that's how it works, Chris.
Yeah. Got to pay the toll.
Market tests your resolve, you know?
Yeah. All right, into 1R here. If we can break out and push up higher, I'll look for 1.3R to take half off. Take me out. Take me out.
Got all these buys on the tape.
Yeah.
They're just lighting it up like a Christmas tree.
Buy it up. You know, yesterday what they were telling me is that the more likes they press, the higher price goes.
Oh, really? The more likes,
Yeah,
the higher
that's
price
what
goes.
I found out. So, guys, let's
More
get those
likes for
likes up.
Chris's take profits.
Yeah, help me get my partial exit.
You know, that 420 seller's up there waiting, probably.
Yeah, let's go say hello. So we just took out overnight highs in NQ. ES did not. So again, a little bit of divergence there.
ES still cannot get above those 08s. It's crazy.
I might take half off here. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a push up. And just pay myself. Okay, so I got off half at, I don't know, maybe 1.2R. And so my risk is financed, it's paid for.
Nice
I
trade,
can
man.
sit in the rest of this trade and then go look for 420. That's pretty much my like go-to setup in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Buy the pullback. If we get divergences, you know, I shared a little bit that NQ had made a new low versus ES. We had R side divergence as well. And that's my morning trade.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Buyers showed up with you.
Yeah. So now, you know, from a structure perspective, if we can hold this overnight high breakout, like not revert back down to the consolidation, then we can set up the next continuation higher to that 420, 430 area.
Getting some pretty aggressive selling here at 94. You can see it
really?
on the steamrolled. I'm going to try this. A little bit of a counter trend trade.
You're short right now?
Yeah, I'm going to take this short at 93 with those sellers.
Let's see if we can maybe get a failed breakout. You see some rejection here. What's going on with coin? Oh, we got some activity in the stock space. We're seeing some potential bounces in tech.
I came out of my short. That was like a right now or never trade.
Yeah.
So it's just like if those sellers are able to move this thing lower, it's good for a counter trade. But if they push against it, then I'm just out right away.
Those are good trades, those inflection trades.
Friday buyers are out in full force.
All right, so it looks like I'll just remain in this long here. As you guys know, those who watch my Thursday streams, now it's a let price figure itself out like some of us did in college. I don't know about you, Leo, but there was a figuring itself out time in college. So price has to figure itself out here. Does it hold the breakout? Does it not? What is the structure, that I look at? I look at this sort of consolidation wedge. If it can hold, then I don't see why we can't push up into the 430s resistance area. If we fail to hold, then we just go back into the range, and that'll be the morning. But NQ has been up in this range from like, I don't know, 320s to 420s for the last 2 days now. And to me, that we're building a really good consolidation up here. And if we can continue to hold, then maybe all-time highs again next week.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get back in here on this rejection?
No.
No? Okay. Somebody said, yes, looks like World War I.
Yeah, it's still struggling. I mean, it just cannot get above, those 08s. And there's just a huge volume distribution that it's just stuck in. I'm looking to, buy this pullback, to be honest. I mean, I'm looking.
Oh, buy it up.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so what I do with Bitcoin over here.
I missed my opportunity. So if we get another one.
What were you looking for there? Were you looking at, do you set up some sort of a requirement or conditions that you're waiting for it to say, I'm looking for the pullback to buy, but if this does not happen, I'm not buying it?
Yeah, to me, it's it's all about environment, right? We had this failed breakdown. I went for that OR mid short. That's kind of a textbook trade for me. The EV, the expectancy on that trade is pretty high. That failed, and then obviously we're breaking out to the upside, and so now I'm looking for just micro pullbacks to buy so I can get along this intraday move. And for me, the areas that I look for are these low volume nodes where we accelerated through prior. And we came back and tested, kind of the middle of this low volume node, pretty much like to the T. And I missed out on pulling the trigger, but it looks like I might get a second chance here.
We are back testing that overnight consolidation. So that's a good spot as well from how I see it.
I'll jump in a couple. So we're both long now.
Like it up, guys. The more likes, the higher price goes. Not bad. 350 now. We can get to 500.
So we're looking for this to continue to build, right? So we have this volume node here. We have a little LVN. We want to see volume build up here and create that acceptance for higher.
Looks good.
Yeah, I like it.
Emilio, just create another account so you can like again.
Everyone who watches the Ninja Show, create 2 accounts and like it again with the second account. Yeah. Tell your friends and your loved ones. There we go. So I'm going to take one off here at the new high just to lock in some. And here I will pull my stop up because for me, this is kind of it's a momentum based entry for me.
Right.
And so if we come back down here, it's likely that maybe this momentum is going to peter out a little bit. And so I would just want to reevaluate, staying long.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's either it holds the back test of that breakout or it doesn't, and you don't want to be in that if it doesn't.
Right. ES is still cannot get above those 08s. It's hilarious how ES is just like every time it hits those 08s, it's like, nope, no thanks. No, thank you.
Q's want new all-time highs, so it looks good for NQ.
I'd rather cut my hand than buy here. I feel that. Buying all-time highs and selling it higher is not a skill that I have, but we're working that muscle out today. I'm sure Stowe's in there buying every tick.
So far, so good.
Somebody should just pull up an ES intraday chart just for the hilariousness.
We have Google. We have mags that are doing really well. Mostly Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, but it's a low VIX, low volume type of day,
Yeah, pretty choppy. So now we move the point of control up here. Now we clearly have a distribution here and a distribution here. So this helps define the range for me, where above and inside of this distribution, I want to be long. If we break these 80s in this low volume node, I would look for that to be tested. I would look for that to be a breakdown, right? And then use that as an potential short setup where we could test the other side of this distribution here. So right now we have, this one distribution here, one here, and we're just expecting to play ping pong up and around. What I want to see for this to really go, and would even consider ads, is if we break out from the 09s, right? Go test prior day high and build a volume node up there, leaving a little low volume node behind it.
And when you mean build a volume node, that's pretty much a consolidation in price that builds that piece of data set.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Okay, so to me, then that would be acceptance or a
Right.
consolidation. Yeah, that from my side, it'll confirm that we are able to hold and then continue higher, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that.
Not yet. I'm very close to my stop. I must be eating the Wheaties correctly or something, because they came right down to 84s and didn't take me out. It's called living good, chat. Trump is still talking. Uh-oh.
So what we're seeing here is that wedge structure that I look for to see if we can get a directional move. It's in the middle of forming it, but for those watching, this is sort of the good sort of action at the moment. It could fail, but at the moment, it's sort of holding up here versus seeing a strong bearish reversal back into the range. So
right.
At the moment, it looks good. And let's see if we can hold. We can fill out this wedge structure that I talk about a lot on the stream, and then build a volume node up here, and then break out higher. If not, then what's the most obvious outcome? It's a reversal back into the consolidation.
Yeah.
But so far, so good. Look at that.
Yeah, buyers continue to show their force. They want to. They want other people to feel them.
Yeah, Nvidia new all-time highs.
Whoa. Okay, they took me out there.
Oh,
what was that about? Is that just a
maybe Trump said something.
tape bomb? Yes, looks. I would normally add, I would just get back in this trade. But ES is not happy.
Yeah.
That's going to keep me out of a long right now, for whatever it's worth. I mean, you're obviously well into profit. I would have to be executing at a price that's, the risk to reward isn't there, especially with ES. It's just giving me a pause. I mean, they're buying it up, but that's fine. Just short the Russell.
What is that doing, actually?
Keep it simple. Just short the Russell. Hard.
Yeah, mid caps, small caps hit. Financials, they're still hanging, but a little red on the day. Industrials, red. So the way I see it, when you made that point in ES, I totally agree. My own perspective on it is, well, we came back down into support. Can we then bounce from support, and then that takes NQ leads? Of course, this is, we need to wait to see what it actually happens. But
right.
I tend to see that a lot.
It's just for me when I'm looking for let's say a more of a momentum based long in NQ, and I look over at ES, and ES is on a ledge, the ledge of death.
Right.
That doesn't give me doesn't inspire confidence in new NQ longs for me. So I'd rather just sit out and watch.
Yeah, I agree. So NQ back up. A little pullback that we got, the way I see it is we're again back tested that consolidation, that overnight consolidation. We're holding, and now I think you can see it, from looking at my screen, we can see that wedge structure a little bit better. Let me remove this.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we're wedging up here, and that's usually a form of acceptance. We're accepting the breakout. We back tested it twice. We held it, and from an if then else, well, if we hold, then we push up to that next area of interest. To me, that's that 430s area, and where I'm looking to possibly take some off if we can get up there. That would be closer to 3R for me. We just need ES to really confirm that reversal after testing the support. And then NQ to lead. So far, so good. I do gotta sell some Coinbase, so it's dropping more than I like.
I'll try a quick little scalp here against the top of this range.
Oh, nice reversal in ES. All right, so we broke out of that 2-minute wedge. For those watching who watch my Thursday slot, you guys know that we formed acceptance here, we held, and we're now starting a new 2-minute 9 MA uptrend into that next area of resistance that I'm looking for at 430s. Let's see if we can push up there into 2R now for my trade. And if ES can break out, so the Q's just made a new all-time high. If ES can break out of here, I don't see why you can't push up to new all-time highs either. For SPY, sorry, I'm talking about SPY. ES, I don't know how far. Yeah, ES still a little bit far away. I like to share updates of my trade plan during the morning sesh, so I'm gonna talk a bit on that. Let's see if I can align it with my side of the screen here. All right, so for NQ, guys, we were looking at a possible failed breakdown of this 350s area. We got that. It took 2 tries. The first try, I got stopped out. The second try, it worked. And now, as long as this reversal out of this hourly wedge holds, we can get a push up into 430s prior day high area. ES is still stuck in this range. It's not really doing much, but you can see it's still constructive because we're still holding. So if we continue to hold, then we can break out higher. So that's it. I draw my trade plan, my scenarios, and then I just trade it, and I try not to think I'm smarter than the market.
It's usually a mistake.
Yeah.
Thinking you know something better than the market.
it's just a waiting game. See if NQ can push it up to that 430s. We have some 420 resistance though, which we're sort of a little bit under. But I mean, I would imagine that if we can break through that, wow, maybe a strong push. So if we, I'm going to move my next partial into 4R actually. So if we do break that today, then I want to capture that big breakout. But we'll see. It's
try to scalp a little the top of this range to the short side. Just this weakness in ES is giving me enough of a reason to try to scalp against it, basically in NQ. But you know, I'm basically not. It's really not giving anything more than just like a couple of points, which is fine. You know, you just have to be disciplined on your take, you know, your take profits and your stops or whatever. But
yeah,
I'm definitely picking up pennies in front of a freight train is what my friends call it.
yeah. How are you guys doing in the chat? You guys long as well or short? Maybe short ES, long NQ.
Seems to be the play. I don't know.
Looks like Trump stopped.
Trump's done. Trump is done, and there's no other econ news today, so we are free to trade. Getting a bit of a push down now. I'm really just taking this trade in NQ, kind of being short ES, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a good entry.
We got to break this this distribution now, 390s.
Yeah, we're sort of back testing that a little bit higher than that breakout, but do we hold? Do we break through it? I mean, if we break through it, that would be a really good trade for you because I would imagine that we just go back down to the other side of the range.
Yeah.
If we can hold. SPY looks ready for a move here. Share this SPY chart here for this side of the screen. Here's SPY in this 5-minute wedge. So if we can hold and then break out higher, I don't see why this has not created enough energy to then start a new 90-minute uptrend to highs.
Yeah.
If that happens, then NQ should lead and move back up. There we go. All right, so I mean, ES looks really good now. NQ still sort of chopping it up here, consolidating. Again, we're failing to break back below that consolidation. So I don't see why we can't break out higher. Just price at the moment is not telling me that it wants to break down.
The volume node here is just crazy. We're just building like a big brick between 07 and 90.
Looks good.
Yeah, it looks good for you.
Is there a way to see what's a bearish volume node versus bullish?
No, I wouldn't consider. I mean, if you're looking for trend, you want to see volume build, leave an LVN, like a low volume area behind, build another volume, right? So it's kind of like build, push, build, push.
Okay.
So for bearish, you would just want to look for the opposite, obviously in the down direction. I do like,
Yeah, looks good, guys.
Counter trend moves from time to time. So that's the only reason I took this short, is because we were at the top of a range and seeing what ES is just still hanging out. And that at the bottom, it's interesting. It's at the bottom of the volume profile from the overnight session. It's just hanging out there between, it's just rotating around. Chop, you can see it on that wedge that you showed a minute ago on SPY.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
So we're forming another wedge here. It's sort of transforming into a larger wedge.
Right.
Wow. Palantir exploding.
What's it trading at now?
160.
Oof. Makes me feel dumb.
We have a really good wedge structure here. At this point, it's a mature enough wedge consolidation that if we are to break lower, I don't see why we can't now confirm that break down back down that you're looking for. But let's see. It's we know it's choppy. Really not much to do other than look for our spots and then let the chop play out.
I mean, they're really selling it right now. Let's see, this tape is blood red. But the key is price going lower or higher, right? And you could see it right here. All this negative delta, all that selling on the tape, and what happened with price? Nothing. Going the other way. So that's what Chris wants to see. Being long.
We're holding until we break. At this moment, there's no confirmation of anything. We just pretty much sideways.
Yeah. I think they're watching the show, Chris, because we're on in the afternoons, and so when Stowe's on, they put this market in sideways action.
Yeah.
They don't want it to happen.
This used to happen a lot when I started in my first few sessions of streaming.
Yeah, you had a couple of
trapping
really tough
Thursdays.
sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to just be really choppy about it in the first like 2-3 weeks when I started.
Does that change, or Thursday's getting better?
We are seeing we're still seeing choppy markets, but what changes that I've been able to get my trade entries before that chop starts.
Nice. Kind of like today.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're seeing, that's something that I brought up earlier, that from a daily candle perspective, we print that wick low right at the open or right around there, and then we move up higher, and that body candle high is what we're seeing right now. So literally mentally, if I can frame that picture, that's literally what I'm looking to trade every time.
Right. Would you add on a break of the wedge if they broke it out?
You know what? Sure. Why not? I don't know. I'll do it for the stream.
No, but like normally, is that something that you would do, is add on a break?
If it was sort of if this breakout was day one of like a 2 or 3 week consolidation, yes, because I know that typically day 1 to day 4, day 5, we're going to see continuation higher.
Yeah.
But we're at extended highs. A lot of stocks are starting to fall back. We're at such elevated levels that a lot of the broad market is no longer participating. Like one's coming off after another one. And that's usually a sign of a very fragile market where we can break back down immediately and then reverse back up. But but I like it. You know what? Maybe I'll buy ES.
ES is back at the top of that range, 09.
Yeah, it's doing really well. Let's see if I can add to NQ. Let's see what I need here.
So I'm going to come out of my short.
Maybe I can buy back what I
proper
sold.
setup.
I don't know. I'll do it for the stream. I'm not really. If I can just trade one trade in the morning and that's it, that makes my day, cool. I like it. I may do it here. Let's see. So for those watching my style, we have a 9 MA no trend in time, which is a 8 to 12 candle consolidation on the 5-minute. So this can in fact lead to that push higher. All right, so I added back what I sold for the stream.
Nice.
We can break out.
That should get some likes. Hit the like button in the chat. I even came out of my short just for Chris.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Half of you still haven't liked the chat. That's how easy it is. For me to get into a long, we just need to get back down here where all this passive bid has been, and then I'd be happy to jump in. We talked about it like real time, right? all this selling in this little range right here. That's why this blue box is here.
Yeah.
That's where I'd be looking for a long. Stowe probably can buy this and buy it higher and sell it, but that's just not my style.
All right, so we got that wedge break. It's attempting to break out higher. If ES can push out here, that'd be great. NQ can take us into that 430s, and I'll look to take off the ad that I had. So for those watching my style, we have a 2-minute 50 EMA wedge here. We formed acceptance above that overnight consolidation, meaning there were many multiple attempts to break back down. We could not. So that's information telling me that buyers are stepping up, right, from lower prices from that failed breakdown to then the back test of that 380 area. We created the wedge, we created our contraction, and then now we're attempting to break out and start a new 2-minute 9 MA higher high, higher low, higher high uptrend. So now we just need to see some volume come in order to really get that. If not, it'll probably reverse back down. Nick, I'm ready. I'm ready for them to open the markets.
Yes. Nick is correct.
I mean, the structure here looks great. I don't see why we can't push out. But it's ES is not moving at all. Yesterday was better. So I'll probably sell my ad down here if we come back down here. See how the higher low here looks. So what we want to see now is a higher low here. It's not really a higher low, but just a low, and then attempt to bounce back up. I'm going to take off that wedge drawing now. If we fail here as it attempts to bounce, then I'll just get out of my ad and leave the original trade on with the same stop. Or maybe I'll move the stop on that other first half where my entry was. And it'll just be a scratch trade.
Try a couple here at 96. I want lower. So I'm only in 3.
That's good. Good entry. Or did you end up getting, or you're waiting on lower?
No, that's what I got. 96 3/4.
Okay. Question here. What time frame am I on? I'm on the 2-minute. All right, so I'm gonna move my stop a little bit right under this 2-minute higher low candle low. So if we do move back down below that, I'll just get out of the ad. Oh, there we
hey.
go.
I'm gonna take that gift.
There we go.
Take that gift.
Let's push out.
Let's go. I took 2 off of there, so I've got 1.
Okay. I think a lot of people like the stream. That's why.
Yeah, there was a lot of likes coming in the chat there.
Yeah. See what happens, guys?
Nick said open the markets. Lex came in. Markets rallied. My instinct on that is just to cover, scales.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times those pumps, those random, pumps, whatever they're from, they can be exhaustive like we're seeing right now. And so you see me take off 2 immediately when I saw that because pure habit. I've seen that 1,000 times, and look who we are. We're back in the range. So
yeah, I did not. I am still waiting for my zone to get hit.
Yep, fair enough. I respect it.
This is exactly what we wanted to see, from a technical perspective. Again, I have to go back to my acceptance comments. There was no confirmation that we were failing the breakout.
Right.
So until that happens, I for myself, I have to lean long, and this is the outcome that we're getting out of that. It can fail, but again, we need confirmation of it failing. A lot of people say it's gone up high, I'm going to short it, it's near resistance. Well, absolutely. If you're making money, I can't say anything.
Well, I think if your thesis is shorting something because it went up too high, it's a terrible idea. Same thing for if you're buying something because it's down too low, also a terrible way to trade.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that, there's no absolutes in trading. That is probably as close to an absolute as you can get. Now, if you have a setup, right? If you have something very specific that you use to buy or sell a market that's at an extreme, that's different. But the thought process is not, the market's too high, I'm going to sell it. You have a setup that says you should sell it.
Yep.
Blaming Trump isn't a setup. The darn 420 guy.
What are you saying?
He's been selling it for 3 days.
Oh.
I mean, just look. I mean, this just like on the higher time frame, Chris. I mean, look at these. There's just all this volume right here at 420. It just stops.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks just absolutely primed for a breakout of this, of the top of this range. It's like Bart Simpson's hair. Anyway,
I'm gonna share that SPY chart I shared earlier. Look at this, guys. Where we SPY breaking out of that wedge. What you want to see, which meant that ES broke that range. Now, if SPY can hold here, we can get that higher high, higher low, higher high uptrend into new all-time highs, and that can lead ES higher, and then maybe NQ as well above that 420 area. I would imagine that can give us a good amount of volume.
yeah, ES is working out of that 08. It's trading 12s now. It got out of the 08s. It's away from that huge volume distribution. And it's holding up here. So that's a good sign. Did you like that Bart Simpson reference?
Yeah. Right there. All right, so now to see if this new breakout attempt holds. think for that first half, I'm going to move my stop to my original entry, just so this trade doesn't turn into a loss. So I'm a little bit on the slower side of trading. I like to just put on my positions, and if I can, I think we talked about it. If I can intraday trend follow,
Yep.
that's just ideal for me.
Right. Seeing that selling hit the tape again.
Yes, is a little bit stronger now.
Yeah, they flipped roles.
Yeah, a SPY wants to make a move into all-time highs. So scenario one for both ES and NQ is playing out so far. We're getting that breakout from that overnight base wedge that I shared. Now we just need to see follow through.
Thought about adding there for a minute, but it's just like, it's the middle of the range, the middle of this little distribution.
We're close to 500. Guys, we got to hit that before
500. We got to hit 500 likes before Stowe gets here. And then we know that Stowe is not going to get as many likes as us. And so we can use that against him for bragging rights. No, I mean, it's just like that's inspiration for Stowe to get some likes.
Yeah.
473. Come on. Give me something to hold over Stowe's head.
Hey, what's going on with this interest-free loan that you're handing out here? I'm interested in that.
Hey, Stowe and I made some ridiculous bets, and money went one way and went back the other way. Oh wow, Dan, that's brutal. You can't remove likes. Stowe is a good friend of mine, and I just like to jab him.
All right, my price is not doing much, just hanging out.
So, Chris, I'm guessing you stay in your time in a trade is much longer than mine. I'm just going to go out on a whim and say that your average time in a position is probably longer than mine.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
look, I've gotten in on a 2-minute entry setup, and I've held for 2 weeks.
yes. So my question is, for a guy like me who averages, 3 to 5 minutes, maybe 15 minutes for a trade, what are some of the strategies that you use to keep you in trades longer?
To last longer?
Yes. There was an innuendo there. I'm not even going to go there.
Well, it's Kegels. No.
I'm good on that standpoint, Chris. I'm talking about trading. I think you misunderstood the question. Oh, that's funny.
I had to. I think if you have a
you brought Shab out in the chat.
Oh gosh. No.
Chris is gonna get that text message. Hey, you got a minute?
Dad loves me.
Yeah, they do.
Look at her. I just had to. We were both thinking it. So if you have I'm obviously you do, but for those everybody watching, when you have a good understanding of the higher time frame structure, and I talk a lot about these wedge structures here on the 2-minute. When you're getting that on a maybe 4-hour or a daily, and you identify this maybe like a daily volume node for you, right, where this long consolidation is taking place. Something that you can start practicing is identify that day that it's going to break out of this range. And if you're a long and maybe you got long, maybe, for example, on your entry model, you had an opening range break, you had a back test into that 50% opening range area, and you take long, right? Your usual trade maybe.
Yep.
Well, if that aligns with the daily breakout of that overall daily consolidation, then you can leverage that entry into a multi-day swing based on that 50% back test of that opening range.
Right.
I think that would be really powerful. Even with 2 minis holding that, oh man, that's quite a bit of money. That's pretty much what I do. I have a different entry model than you, but if I have a buddy. I think I told you when we had that call. I can't remember, but he just closed some of his position from April, 4,500 points in NQ.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Just a massive return.
Right.
So I'm trying to sort of, move on to that sort of side of swing trading futures, but if you can leverage that sort of entry model with that higher time frame structure, then you have a really good multi-day trend opportunity.
So are you taking an intraday setup then, right?
Yeah.
And you're putting a position on, and you're not necessarily expecting that position to be a swing, but it turns into a swing because of what happens later in the market?
Yeah, sometimes it'll turn into a swing. Sometimes I do have that objective in mind, because when I sort of identify, hey, we've been in this range for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and the structure's telling me that we're going to break out, I move away from my day trading account and I focus on my swing trading account, where I'll look to swing NQ. And for that day or for the next 2 days, I'm just focused on finding that entry. So then I can swing trade NQ, and then I'll go back to my day trading account, this Ninja account.
Yeah.
But it's really, really powerful.
Yeah. I mean, something like this, right? You have this really well-defined consolidation range here in NQ, right?
Yeah.
And, when you know that's happening, I think that's the important thing, is knowing your environment, is that when you know this is a thing, like when you know you're in consolidation and you break from that consolidation, that's where you're probably looking for, on that break, to look for holds.
Yep.
Yep. That makes sense.
Usually what, the ideal sort of setup is price will come back down to test that daily support. People think it's the end of the world. And then you have this crazy overnight reversal where the next day you gap up and you just get going, and that leads into the breakout. So I look to find those reversals at the bottom of that day before the daily breakout takes place. But at that point, it gets a little bit complex, but you can have like a 30-point stop and make 2,000 points. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. That's called big skew, right? Risk reward. Risk reward is skewed significantly when you can find those opportunities.
Yeah, things are looking good here, though. We got those likes up. That's why.
Yeah, we're almost at 500. We need 9 more before Stowe gets here. It's 10 minutes. So that's just 1 like per minute. There's 8 more.
Constructive action too as well in ES and NQ. Hopefully we can hold and push out to that 430s.
We hit the 500 mark, Chris.
Oh,
let's go.
Oh,
507.
508.
Hans said the Leo and Chris collab is fire. I don't disagree at all.
Yeah, who said that? Oh, Hans?
Yeah.
Han Solo?
Han Solo. It would be better if I sounded normal, but you know, we'll go with it.
What's my pullback zone? Well, it was this 380s area, which was the overnight consolidation resistance. We pulled back, we back tested it, it became support, and then we're drifting up higher. Oh, we got 2 hands in the chat.
2 hands, man. Would be confusing if we had 3 hands.
Oh, there's a question here for both of us. Leo and Chris, ICT describes a fake out, then reversal after consolidation. Do you see that in general? A fake out?
Yes. So for me, I would just call that a failed break. So there's actually an example here from the most current time frame. So like if you're looking at this blue zone, this is a balance area. That's a study that we built, and it's based on volume that overlaps. I won't get into all the details, but essentially that creates a high and a low for the balance range. And what we have up here is we attempted to break out and we failed back inside of it. Now, when that happens, your main expectation for a failed break is when you have an established range and you break out of the range and it fails back inside of it, that you would go to the other side of that range. And it's funny that that scenario played out perfectly to the tick, hilariously, at these 22 these 834s. So we had this breakout, failed, and then when we rallied back through it, then you're kind of expecting that to then actually work, because you know, it's kind of like your first expectation for a failed breakout is to go to the other side of the range, and then from here, that's a decision point, right? What are we going to do? Are we going to rally from here, buy it up, or are we going to break down, and then this would become resistance, right?
Yep.
And we could see all these areas where we had buy wicks, buy wicks, buy wicks. That would become resistance at that point. But what happened is they held this as support and then rallied it through it all the way up here, and then came back and even back tested it. They were kind enough to do that as well.
Yeah.
So, but yes, the failed breakouts is definitely a strategy to look for and to be aware of when that happens, where you're likely to go. And if you have a defined way to establish, you know, a range, we do it one way, other people do it other ways, then you kind of have an idea of where you're likely, you know, where the market's likely to go. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a you know, that does hold true, that you know, ranges that get broken out, you know, can fail, and then when you know, when they do fail and you know what you're looking for, then you have a better understanding of what the context of the market is at that point.
Yep, exactly. Everything he said.
Everything you said.
What target are you looking for here?
I mean, honestly, I would like for the overnight high. I mean, new all-time highs on a Friday would be fantastic.
Yeah.
It may take all day to get there.
Hopefully we don't get stopped out on the way over there.
Right. It's interesting that ES is now the stronger one.
Oh,
I like those little
I might
pokes
get
now.
stopped out on the ad here. But we had hit, 2R for my entry, and could have taken some off there, but the way price action was going before this sort of drop in NQ, it looked like we were going to break through it. Yes, is holding way better.
Yeah. It's like the role reversal. I'm going to take a couple ads here at 98. Just against all this prior, buying. We're at the kind of the edge of this
You say
distribution.
you're adding?
Yeah, I just added at 98. Mm-hmm. Might be a mistake, but
Yeah, my ad might get stopped out here. Looks like it.
oh, they're really selling it now.
Gentlemen,
Stowe,
good morning, my friends. How's it
dude,
going?
you have a significant challenge with the likes.
How'd you guys get to 500 likes?
We're at
You
520 likes, and I think the expectation is when you're done to be at 700.
Yeah.
I feel like you maybe spent my $500 on a like farm real fast.
Nothing. I would never do such things.
Oh, sure. They call him Leo cheat to win the tiger, where I come from.
Wow. That's bold.
You gotta win.
That is bold.
Second place is the first loser, right, Ricky Bobby? What a cool show, guys. This was awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
I definitely learned a thing or two.
I learned about volume notes. That's for sure.
See what we do here on this little pullback. See if we can.
So I got stopped out on my ad.
Launch it to new highs.
Yeah, that'd be great if we can.
It's still holding this VWAP from the low, huh?
Yep.
Cool. I have been so long today, boys. So long.
I've been telling the chat how long you've been because I know. I just know Stowe's buying every downtick.
I'm now resigned to just hang out with this one trade, and it's just me versus this 420 guy again today.
Yeah.
So
yep.
I did not add there because they're exhausting me. But this is also this is the London Open right here at the 390 area, and that thing held to the downside, and now it is holding to the upside. So
that's
once again that dumb thing is a cool pivot again. I'm jealous you guys can look at ES. You can look at more than one chart at the same time. What's it like to have what it's like to have two screens?
Yeah. Well, they have those portable monitors now.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my computer showed up at my house early, Leo. I had to call my neighbor to go get it because it was sitting on the porch.
Sick.
Yeah, so I'm stoked. Wow. It'll be there when I go home. I got to buy
desktop or laptop?
No, laptop. So I'll get I'm gonna get one of those fold out guys. I just need to figure out which one. Some of them are like $90, and I feel like it can't possibly be okay to get two screens for $90 and have it work. So I need to do a little research on those monitor extensions. But I'll get one for Chicago.
All right, guys.
Chicago.
I'm going to get out of here. Leo, it was a great sesh.
Yeah.
I think we're back on next Friday as well.
That's awesome.
Are we? Oh, we are. Do you know who else is going to be on next Friday?
Yeah, it's going to be a three-way.
It's a trio.
That's cool.
It's going to be Leo, Kane, and Chris.
Nice. All right, we're adding more boxes. This is cool. We're making life hard for the production staff.
Yes. Exactly.
We'll see how it goes.
Leo, you're going to stay on with me the whole time too, right? You're doing the whole shift, right?
Nope.
All right. You going to go back to bed?
Something. I'm going to do something. I'm going to relax on the couch. After this trade plays out, I'm going to relax on the couch and watch you trade.
All right. That sounds nice. Let's take this baby to I don't
all-time
know.
highs.
What do you want? 20? Do you want to do 24K end of day?
Yes, please take it directly to 24K. Do not pass go, or wait, pass go. Collect $200 on the way, and then buy Park Place or something like that.
And they can't even. I mean, it's not even trying to take out anybody's stop down here too. It's just,
I know, it's really dumb.
I don't like that either.
I scaled out of one on the little pop up, and I wish I would have done it with two. But it's it's the grind.
I know. Maybe back to 365 again will be. Oh yeah, I gotta share my guy.
All right, guys, my time's up. I'm gonna go ahead and get some other things going. It was a great sesh, Leo.
Yeah, Chris, let's do it again. Yep.
Yeah, Stowe, take it away and take us higher and glow with the likes.
I'll do my best. Thanks, homie.
Later, guys.
All right, peace.
See you, Chris.
They're gonna get me here.
I
can start. I can call this buyer mountain right here. Holy Moses!
Look at this. Look at all this delta.
Yeah, it was pretty funny up here yesterday too. I think it was yesterday. I don't know. Not only am I at the beach and I don't know what day it is, but I'm also living in have a 5-year-old in a hotel world, and that's its own adventure. So
I've been there, done that.
Ooh.
Man, I think I'm gonna get out of this trade and then watch you have fun with this.
Go chill, homie.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
All right, peace.
Good luck.
Hide that. There we go. All right. Good morning, chat. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How is it going? Yeah, that was cool. Oh, sorry. Yep. Thanks, NinjaTrader. I shared my screen. We're in. Just still battling for this 420. Good morning, Mr. Deck. Good morning, EH. Good morning. Good morning, Alok. Good morning. Hey, Jim. Good morning, brother. Hey, Mark. Good morning, everybody. Yes, Franz, that is the bed's headboard right behind me. This is a different hotel. Slightly worse internet. So if I disappear and come back, that is why. But we're going to make it work. We did a tech check last night. It worked great. And then 15 minutes ago, it just shut off and turned back on again. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Good morning, Lido. Good morning, Funny Niku. Good morning. I'm in Ocean City, Maryland, Dan. $64.20. I don't even have a single clue what ES is doing. We're gonna have to look at the phone for that, folks. Let's look. I heard it was diverging and then diverging again and then undiverging. So it sounds like it's up to its old tricks. Where are you at, ES? ES exclamation point. ES1. Okay. Double 420 would be pretty sick. Would be pretty cool for a Friday. Yeah, ES looks good. Cool. Yeah, it's not doing anything weird. ES is actually a little stronger. It's still in its +1. Hold on, unless I got to change my session on this. Let me see. Yep, I do. Sorry. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. ES is holding its +1 very cleanly. Cool. Yeah, ultimately, I am, I'm inclined to be long up here, but we have gotten to this target. I have been just aggressively adding and scalping this tiny range ever since. I mean, it's pretty much the same setup as yesterday. We got in, ran the overnight low, which is around here, 340. Retested it, and then we kept going up. I was long a little bit in front of it. not super clean entry wise, but I was able to get out for a good run on what we need. And then, yeah, then adding here, 390 scale, add again. Then we got that pop to 420. So this is sitting as a free trade right now with 14 point stop loss. And I'm just trying to see if we're going to go higher. Ultimately, as London closes here, what I want to see A plus is down here, like at the 370, 365 spot. Also come back and touch the open again. Would be cool too. So yeah, this stop is not in a great place, but like I said, I want to keep a free trade on. I'm not looking to really add down here until we can get back back up in here and start to hold a little more. Currently, this seems extremely exhaustive. I don't know how, because we have just been pummeling this 420 dude. I don't know. It feels like all week, but like my friend Leo the Tiger says, absorption is a process, and it doesn't happen all at once. But this looks like an exhaustive pop. It's always nice when you get a limit fill into an exhaustive pop like that. So, but yeah, we had a really good week trading on vacation. So I'm not trying to get too crazy with it today, but we'll play what's in front of us. Good morning, Throne Shop. Good morning. Morning, everybody. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice, friend Tintin? I don't know. It's the offer from I don't know where. It's insane. I can't believe. I was even watching Globex a little last night after we broke 420, and then it was support for like 10 seconds. I was like, man, are they going to take this out overnight? Maybe that's the only way to get above this dude. And then, yeah, couldn't do it. London was short. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Labs Lifestyle 410 short. Hey, why not, dude? There's no reason not to be short right there. We could be walking it down. We could be walking down right now. No way to know. I did not get Grotto's pizza. I did get Thrasher flies. Those were good. Those were we had those fries at like high school football games. So those are my jam. I love a greasy fry with vinegar on it. I did get promptly attacked by seagulls though, as soon as I got those fries. So it was a precarious eating situation. Logan, we are locked in this range for forever, or at least until my stream's done. So I'm sorry. That's what happens. Yeah, Franz, the anchored VWAP from the low is working a little too well. There's I don't know. Whenever I see this is not very healthy down here. All of these stops. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests. So it's not super encouraging, but I've also learned to it just because something should get run doesn't mean that it's going to. So yeah. So for that reason, I'm still keeping my stop where I want to keep it. It is at my max stop position. So I'm not able to pull this into profit, but I'm either looking for a lot higher, like much higher, or we're going to get stopped out and I'll have an entry down here. Or I'll also get back in if we run this and then reclaim it. So either one works for me. A lock asks, Stowe, how high is NQ going in 10 days? Dude, I'm literally the last person to ask that question too. I don't have a single clue how to predict any of this stuff. And I'm such a short time frame, dude. I'm not the guy. I am not the guy for that. Good morning, Ashwin. Good morning. I think we're going to do some more boardwalk stuff today, Whit, and then this is our last full day. The girls are in the hotel pool now, and then I'll grab them and cruise on over to the beach, cruise the boardwalk, and see what we get. How about you folks? You got any good trades in for Friday? Leo and Chris are cool. That was fun. So you think just another 400 points in 8 days? In 10 days? I mean, it's literally anybody's guess. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Oh, sick. That's awesome, Dally. Good job. Cool. We'll see you there, brother. Yeah, that'll happen, dude. That'll happen. We're still going up. I lost my jams. There we go. I was like, why is it so quiet? Oh, I lost my jams. Hi, Stowe. Are your stops usually that wide? Yeah, to start. I mean, this is my average stop size. Yeah, 15 points. I'm pretty zoomed in right now, so I mean, it seems quite wide, but this is normal for me. I mean, I think that's 15 points or 89, 99. Yeah, it's like 14 and a half points. I'm just trying to keep it right here under these in case, like, by some miracle, this holds. But I've thought I was getting stopped out like 8,000 times, and I haven't yet. So I do, Leo. I am extremely zoomed in, trying to feel. But yeah, that's normal stop size. My default stop size is 15 points. I really haven't had a need to make that bigger, except for like March and April. Whenever that was, I kind of feel like that was a different time in my life where I was trading that insane vol. But I mean, we were using 30 point stops back then, and you were getting 100-point runners in milliseconds. So I don't know if we're ever getting that kind of trading environment ever again. Nice, Curtis. Good job, homie. That's good. Just remember, as soon as you find your stride, the market tends to humble those moments. So don't get too far ahead of yourself. Don't size up, on a whim. Just chill, stay to your process, feel the flow. All good things. Happy Gilmore 2 comes out today. So we're doing a lot of that. Working it. Harness, energy, block, bad, I think is how it goes. Something like that. Ooh, word on the street is that a new NinjaTrader Live host has joined the roster of attendees. Who's that? Is it Damon? Oh, attendees for the Chicago thing. That makes sense. Cool. Well, I guess I'll find out next week. That's fun. Rack City's got jokes. That would be That would be funny. It's always porch time. I mean, yeah. I'm just as close to port. I'm looking at the bay right now. It's beautiful out there. I'm kind of on porch time at the moment. I was gonna drag the computer out there and stream with like a nice ocean in the background, but it doesn't. Webcams don't really work like that. Turns out. April 5th, Curtis. August 5th. April 5th. It'll be a great event. Much notional value will be traded that day. Whoa, Franz, that's a lot. That's a lot of clams for a plane ticket. I'm quite close. I'm almost close enough to drive, honestly. And I thought about it, but it makes a little more sense to fly. It's a cool flight for me because it is like when you get there, it's like no time has passed at all because it's exactly an hour. So it's pure, it's as close to time travel as I'm going to be able to get. So that's a free hour for me in the air. It doesn't count. And then if I wake up at 3 a.m. and I have an 8-hour day before I even take the flight, that's like getting 3 days in one plus a 25th hour. So I would really be, what would we call that? Hour maxing, day maxing. Yes, I am always manipulating time. X, Y, and Nick taught me how to manipulate time. We have a lot of the same jokes thrown shot. we hang out a little bit. The jokes go back and forth. So Curtis, it doesn't count going backwards. Hey, XY, morning, homie. Morning. Holy Moses. We gonna get back in this guy or what? What are we doing? What's the S doing? World's longest trade. We going for the record today? Oh, we got so much room to eat to 420 ES. Look at that. We're getting them. Double 420, guys. Let's get it done for Friday. Hey, morning, Firmament. Morning, brother. Yep. Well, it's been a cool, let me look at, I'll pull this up too. This is something I'm looking at also on a Friday, especially. If you can see, this is a higher time frame chart. This blue guy here is the weekly VWAP bands. And then this yellow line here is the weekly VWAP itself. Strong trend into Friday. I want to see hold the lower band, just like we look at on a daily structure. And then this 4-hour candle being completely inside of it, this is pretty sick. So this retouched the bottom here, these 380s, 390s. That's why I was, I'm interested in staying along with this. If it falls out of here, you can look for it to get back into actual value. But this 4-hour wick plus, this holding inside here, that's confidence for me to stay in. And plus we're well inside the monthly upper band too. So monthly trend is intact. Weekly trend has been pretty strong. You know, it's spent most of the second half of the week where the weekly VWAP band matters to me. It has spent most of that time in the upper band. So, you know, just little context things like that. I like to keep a lot. It's I think I don't know. I was actually talking to my kid about this yesterday. She's like, "Why is trading hard?" And I'm like, it's not really hard. You just have to I mean, of course it's hard. You just have to hold a lot of stuff in your brain at the same time. So it's like, I don't know, people that enjoy that level of multitasking, um, get along well in this game, I think. And I like doing that. I like holding a lot of processes in my mind at the same time and working on them. So yeah, just thinking about that coming into today. You're like, all right, are we going to hold the weekly trend? Are we going to try to keep, go up and take this 420 dude out? Yeah, super simple stuff like that. It is the tism also, Leo. Yes. It's just what we like. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with liking what you like. Yeah, it's just a swamp color chart, guys. You guys don't have the swamp colors? I can go ahead and I can send you my color palette if you guys need. The urban camo chart. That's right. You can't see it. It's invisible. These are these colors are just part of the art that I create every day live. I'm an artist. I'm an artist. I'm an artist. CMP says, man, I'm out of these trades. It's taking too long. I don't like it anymore. For 5 points, what a joke. Well, that's one way to feel about it. I mean, yeah, it's just like you got to take what you're going to get. You can't always expect the same, market reactions all the time. Time frames change, market changes. You gotta be willing to chill in a trade sometimes. We didn't get this guy. Are we gonna get him? Is it time? It's 10:23. Look at this 420 guy. He's having so much fun. That's right, Firmament. Correct. CMP. See, this is why, yeah, it's not good. It's kind of toxic thinking. I wouldn't try to, feel that way necessarily about market moves. It's just going to make you frustrated. And that's going to make you trade bad. So just, just take a step back. Maybe take a little cool down, have a drink, and then, come back to the market a little more cool and collected and be like, hey, where do I want to get in? Where's a good idea to get in? Where am I right? Where am I wrong? And then, you can get back into a trade from there. It often takes, everybody's got to take a little step back once you get frustrated. Very common. So, yeah, 420 wins again, Jeff, for real. This chat is the chattest of chads. Honestly, no other way to put it. Dude can't stop winning. we can't smoke this guy, Leo. He just eats every lot that anybody throws at him. This is now the 98th test of the 420 the last 4 days. Yeah, Curtis, I don't want to sell that either. I mean, it's honestly, it's not a great. I don't know. It's not a setup for me at all right now. Yeah, not even close to being a short setup for me right now. Don't lose your patience, everybody. Everybody relax. There are many trades in the market. All different ways to get in, get out, make some coin. Just because we're waiting for this 420 guy to go away doesn't mean that, it's going to happen now. The market's in charge of all this stuff. We're just observers, and nobody cares about our tiny size compared to what this thing is intending to do. I mean, look at all these bids down here. Just do some math and realize how insignificant we truly are into this thing. We got 2,200 lots down here in this 20-point shot. And then we've got, or just in these 10 points here, 2,200, easily almost a matching amount up here for blue team. So, does anybody care about this mini? Probably not. But so all you can do is just try to ride it and get what you can get from the market, extract some points, and be happy. Don't let it frustrate you. The game is beautiful. It's just doing what it's doing. Franz is pissed. You guys all need to take a walk today, be honest. Or maybe it's just vacation vibes. I don't know. I'm having a good time. I'm also sitting at the desk right in front of the giant TV. So and for fun, I decided to put CNBC on for the first time. So I have giant CNBC TV a foot from my head. It's pretty funny. Which is a rule I don't watch. I just don't have cable. So I just don't watch it. But this will be easier if you just relax. Exactly. Yeah, XY hates this guy too. Nobody likes this. This isn't cool. It makes us all squirm. I mean, any AMT traders, we're all disgusted by this behavior up here. So don't worry. Yeah, I think patience is key, Nick, for sure. I think it's also important to have fun and not take it super seriously. I just perform a little better when, I can keep that lighter side around. I mean, it's good. It's good to take yourself seriously. Don't get me wrong. We got new high at 25 is what we need. All right. The turn in 1 minute. Can we do it? Can we get this turkey? This is the turn for ants. Come on. Let's put an exact equal high in instead. Let's just do that. Can we just get this poor high to the tick? Come on. Come on, turn. Where are you at? I don't have normally I have the second ticker that ticks down, so I don't even know. I'm just waiting for an actual minute to flip over, which is very, very plebeian. There you go, CMP. Yep, got 50 points yesterday. Don't give it back. Yeah, just get what you can get out of this thing. That's all. It's all you can do. XY is right. This 420 guy is Lex Luthor for sure, and we're all united. We got to take him out together, and by together I mean everybody but us who can actually throw some size at this. Please get rid of this dude. Help! All right, that was a good pop. I'm happy. I'm happy with 5 points. Did we get some stops? Hopefully. For now, no more passive selling up here. So if that wasn't exhaustive, oh, good. Perfect. Why don't you print that exhaustive print for me? Thank you. Hilarious. Hilarious. But I still feel good. Still doing the same thing. A new high would be encouraging, Mark. Now I need a new high on the new high we just got. So. Undercover scammers, do you really want a mentorship? It's really expensive. You don't have any clue how expensive the Stowe one-on-one is. It's also so involved in that, you know, I basically drop everything that I'm doing, drive to wherever you live. You got to put me up in your house. I can't, like, hotel, not going to do it. We have to live under the same roof, 90 days minimum. That's just the tier 1 Stowe mentorship one-on-one, 90 days. I'll send my, you know, dietary requirements for all my meals. Pretty easygoing guy. You know, salads, lots of Jersey Mike's. But I mean, if you don't live near Jersey Mike's, you're going to need to figure out how to get Jersey Mike's to where you live once a day. That's part of the mentorship also. In the first month, we don't even trade. We just, you know, we just like watch movies, hang out, get to know each other. I can't disclose how much, Anthony. It's not, no, I mean, that's on a consultation only basis. And it's like, you know, it's not that I don't want to tell people how much it is. But it's like, I don't want to set the precedent that other people can get the same price, because what I like to do is I like to try to figure out how much, you know, money you have. And then I set the price based on that. So it's like, do you have a lot of money? Then it will be expensive. Do you not have a lot of money? Well, it might be a little cheaper. You know, I just want to make sure it's a price that everybody can fall for. And I don't mean fall for. I mean, be comfortable with. Yeah, I'm just like a. That's funny, Leo. Yes, it's a lot like a divorce attorney, but for traders. Yeah. Or bespoke. That'd be cool, Curtis. I'm down. Big Wes Anderson fan. I'm excited to watch that new one. We're gonna watch a bunch of those when we get home. Yes. Do you too want to break up with NQ? Are you tired of this 420 level? There's never a fee unless I get points for you. You guys might not have Edgar Snyder where you're from, but he's possibly he's a great local attorney commercial guy who has existed for a very long time. Top 50 mentor. That's funny. Do you want some guy teaching you to trade that can't even get a 5-year-old to listen to him for 5 minutes? Then I'm your guy. Come check me out. Yes. Yeah. 15 points is my default. Yes. Typically. I mean, if the market gets crazy, then I'll make it bigger. But like I said, I haven't had to make that adjustment since March, when things were very wild. So that was kind of like, I don't know, that was pretty unprecedented times. So I don't imagine having to do that again unless something weird happens, or who knows? I mean, we get into the fall and then winter trade, fall might come back. Yeah, no idea what's going to happen, but yeah, for now, 15 points. Well, this is going to come right back on me, huh? Nasty. Rudeness. I'm not related to any Jared Snow, Jay, but I don't know. Who are you talking about? That's true. Leo is my mentor, and that is his price structure. Correct. Yes. Yes, I have. Josh? I have not played the Chameleon itself, but I have played the Lizard Lounge, which is in the basement of the Chameleon. And I've been to shows at the Chameleon Club, for sure. Nice venue. There's a cool record store in Lancaster, too. I don't remember what it's called, but it's right downtown also. Or at least it used to be. Undercover scammers, I'll take your like if you'd like to give it to us. That's fine. But I don't want to tell you what to do with it. Yeah, young and poor, that's it. You get a big discount for the yearly, for sure. But I mean, you do have to budget for 365 Jersey Mike's sandwiches. So keep that in mind. Because I eat a sandwich on every day, not just every trading day. And if I miss a day, then the next day I have to eat 2 sandwiches. I have like a sandwich OCD thing going on. So you're going to need to, oh Lord, the LMNT cans. I didn't even think about that, XY. Thank God I have good managers like XY and Leo looking out for me. Yeah, we're going to need at least 1 LMNT can. I'm also a bit of a coffee snob these days, so we're going to need some solid cold brew for the summertime. Man, I guess this rider's getting pretty long. I love that. I love that, dude. The 3 days in one guy. It's so great. It's so fun what the internet has brought us, you know. The greatest technology in the world. You're literally every book is at your fingertips whenever you want it. And like that's what society chooses to create for itself. It's pretty brutal. I mean, when the machines win, we kind of deserve it. So just throwing that out there. It sounds fun, right, Fat Fish? I'm down. Well, lots of people make pretzels there, Mark. Many Amish people make pretzels and then sell them. I don't know if Utz is over there. There's a big pretzel, like big chip plant over there. The Power Stow regression line. I mean, you might even need to explain that to me. I'm not even sure I know what that is. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of kicking back. We haven't even gotten to. I mean, the trend is extremely strong ever since we left this. The OR, we haven't even gotten back to either VWAP. You can see the green one is RTH VWAP, yellow line's 24-hour VWAP, and then we've only just touched the anchored VWAP from the low a little bit, and like slope is still good. It's very positive. I don't know. It's just like this is big blue team, big red team up here. We might just sit and do this for 1,000 years. Yeah. This definitely, I agree, Rack. It feels like a day where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at this at 5 o'clock and be like, oh, we did it. Okay, cool, nice. But I won't be around for it. Dots pretzels. I don't know what those are. The Amish are pretty cool. When I was a kid growing up in northern Pennsylvania, I mean, surrounded by Amish people all the time. My grandparents had a farm, and you know, he would always give them a ride because you know they can't drive cars, so he'd give them lifts into town. And Pennsylvania Dutch, which is the language that they speak alongside English, sounds exactly like English, but with words that aren't English. So it's extremely weird to listen. You're just like, what? That like it's like someone speaking garbled actual English verbs with a like American English accent. Super interesting. But one of my jobs when I was a kid was I would pick raspberries and pick strawberries and run like a pick your own thing for a local farm. And everybody I worked with was Amish, and they were so funny. I assume they were primarily making fun of me whenever they weren't speaking English, but they're still cool. Yeah, German subset. Yep. Oh, Fat Fish is a smoked salmon fan. My wife's big into that. Yeah, I don't mess with the smoked salmon. I just don't like it. I'm like, yeah, it's like, yeah. No, not a smoked fish guy. Yes, they do, JS. Don't tell me they don't. I'm positive they do. That's why they go on their Rumspringa or whatever. Or maybe that's just from The Office. I don't know if I'm making that up. I'm not trying to offend any Amish people, but I assume that there aren't any watching this because you're not allowed to have a screen. Nice, Mr. Deck. There you go. Yeah, is everybody getting ready for their weekend? Another nice summer weekend? Should be cool. It's getting hot. All my both of my screens are saying heat advisory warning right now as I'm about to go sit on the beach again. embraced in the surface of the sun. Reapplying SPF 50 every 15 minutes. Just praying not to get a sunburn. Good tech solutions. So today is the day to scalp. Look at how many times I've left 20 points come back on me. But this is a spike trade that we're in right now, which never work. Nope, no sharks yet, Paul. Hopefully none. I got one more day to be shark free. I have seen that, Nil. That is a cool doc. Not a lot of documentaries I haven't seen. Super into documentaries. I will literally watch a documentary about anything. Woof. Nice, Logan. Fair enough. Logan, do you want to just flatten at the same time and we'll just call it a draw for Friday? Do I have anything else to talk about? I don't think so. Just chilling. Yeah, a reminder about the Chicago event. Come hang. Should be cool. I'm excited. I think that's all I had to do. Plug the Chicago event. It's kind of weird that it's Friday. It's just vacation brain, but like, I don't have a single clue what day it is. It will be cool for reals. Yeah, click that that link in the chat there, and sign up if you want to come hang. If you're local or not. I'm excited for the opportunity to hang with all these dudes. So you should be too. I don't know, Curtis. Not sure. It's not so much a ticket thing. Also, they're just trying to plan for the, for the size of the venue and stuff. You never know, Logan. Fran, yeah, I'm still streaming, girl. What's up? Mommy's still streaming. Nope. I go to 11 to noon. You want to say hi? I'll give you a hug. Hi. Did you have fun? Yeah. All right. The pool was fun, guys. And you are too, Dad. Yes. Willow is my risk manager. Willow, I'm beating the candles today. Anyways, France, no, I can't answer that, dude. Don't listen to any strangers on the internet when it comes to tax advice. That would be my only advice to give. Just Google it. There's some good tax resources that are out there for free from actual accountants. I think one's called like Green something that has a bunch of free blogs. You can kind of research what makes the most sense with the way that, different instruments are treated for tax purposes. But yeah, I don't, no need for me to talk about that. I'm a very basic human being. I don't have enough understanding of that stuff, even for my own self. So. What the heck? I'm gonna pause this IB again. I'm starting to get excited. Thought maybe we get this noon push. Oh shoot, XY. I don't know where Business Duck is. I think I put him in. Yeah, he's back on the. I don't have him out at the moment. Let me see. There's all kinds of ducks. I think that's an Ocean City thing. I think it's an Ocean City, Maryland thing. But she has won like 15 of them from that claw machine. So there's ducks all over this room. I see a green one. There's one dressed as a cop. There's a robber. Yeah. There's a normal duck. Yeah, there's ducks everywhere. Oh, thanks, undercover scammers. I appreciate you, homie. Have a good weekend. See you next time.
Hello.
Yeah, so there's a lot of Delta Blue and red, so we're in the middle. What should you be looking for? So I mean, we just use this as context. So these are buyers, these are sellers. No, not right now, sweetie. I gotta finish up my stream. Go ahead. Yep. These are this is supportive bid, and then this is a passive seller up here. So it's all about like using this in context of the actual day. So we are long, so we're looking for supportive bids. So these are the people that I'm trying to stay on sides with. So as long as this is still here, I'm interested in this getting taken out. But like you said, we are in a balance up here as seen by blue team on top, red team on the bottom. So we have slowed down. We've come up, we're grinding up against this thing again. This did look exhaustive up here. So it's you can't use the delta just in the middle of nowhere. I mean, you can, but it's not really advised because these situations pop up all over the place. The best thing you can do with it is use that as context for a bias or trade that you're already planning to be in, and use that as part of your execution, stop placement, things like that. I mean, as we can see, my entry back here where I got into this trade has now become the point of control. So I'm right smack in the middle of this decision process. So I either get stopped out for scratch because we took 15 points off here at 420, or this passive selling goes away and buyers are rewarded with higher prices, in which case we'll get this lot up here for, I think it's like 3R or something like that.
Hey, Stowe.
Hey, Jim. What's up, brother? Is it time?
It is time, man. You actually, I gotta give you credit. You're on a family vacation and you're working hard for the NinjaTrader live stream. Give that's worth thumbs up and subscribes at least.
At least I'm feeling good. I mean, Leo came in under the big weather today and took it down. So that was cool. Yeah. It was fun watching Leo and Chris too. That was awesome.
Yeah, but when you're the big cat, you're not going to be down for long.
That's right. I mean, I'm surprised he even admitted that he sounded like he had the sniffles. He's Leo's so hardcore. He just goes straight, powers straight through every illness I've ever seen him go through. So
yeah. Yeah, it was great seeing those two together. I mean, this is the beauty of this stream. It's like you get, we have the order flow lab guys, which are awesome, top shelf.
Yep.
And then you mix in Chris trading boxes, and it's like really same time, same stream. The dialogue between the two is priceless, man.
Yep, I agree. It was cool to watch. So I've noticed that Chris and I have a lot of correlations in our trades, and we trade completely differently. I always love observing that on Thursdays, and then to watch him and Leo have similar vibes too, and kind of pick each other's brains on like, oh, you're using that for your entry. Oh, you're using that. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, many ways to trade the game.
Very awesome. Are you headed back to the homestead this weekend or no?
Yeah, tomorrow. Yep, we'll go home tomorrow.
All right.
We were originally going to go home on Thursday, but we're partying, so why not, right?
There you go. That's the answer to everything.
Yeah, I might as well.
Are you partying? Then keep doing it.
Yep.
Oh man, that's fantastic. Wow. Willow's keeping you busy. I'm glad she's your risk manager too.
Yeah, I mean, she just tells me to do what the candles want to do. It's just that easy sometimes.
Oh man,
you want to say hi to Jim? Jim says hey. You want to say hey? Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, Willow.
He says hi.
Why does it say Willow?
Oh, because I'm logged in on a different. I'm logged in on your Zoom over there, so I can talk to the chat.
Can I have a refreshing?
No, we gotta go, sweetie. I'm almost done. Just sit, tell everybody goodbye.
Bye, shooty boobity.
Oh man, that just made my Friday. Oh man.
That's great.
All right, man. Listen, you take care of that family, Stowe. Thank you so much
sir.
for doing this on Friday, and you were awesome as usual. I love the trade you got cooking. I think it's going to be a winner chicken dinner. So we'll
All right.
keep monitoring that. Everybody, thumbs up for Stowe. He is heading out for his weekend, and we're going to do a quick edge report and end the morning.
Sounds good. Thanks, chat. See you, Jim. See you next week.
All right. That was awesome. What an awesome morning, man. I love starting it off with packs, and now we're having live trading, and it's just fantastic. Great Friday so far. Thank you, everybody, for being here in the stream, by the way. Really, really appreciate you. Let's just take a look at the NASDAQ one more time. This is the micro NASDAQ, and what do I have? A 30-minute chart here. I pulled some edgeful.com stats again. Remember, that's with one L. EDGEFUL. This website is just filled with great statistics. And so what I looked at again was the initial balance breakout report. And the initial balance is defined that first hour trading. I have this white line up here. I have a study that shows that the initial balance high, and that's approximately, well, it's 23,416 even. And then the initial balance low is this white line at the bottom here. And again, first hour of trading, high to low. And that low is 23,330 spot 25. So what this report measures, of course, is you could look back to as far back as you want or as short back as you want. I looked back 6 months and said, hey, how many times over the last 6 months have we had a single break past the initial balance? It could have been a single break high. It could have been a single break low. Or how many times have we had a double break? In other words, we traded above or below both the initial balance high and the initial balance low. And how many times have we not broken that at all? So I did that report today, and I made it specific for a Friday. And so Friday right now, for Fridays, for a 6-month look back, we have a 66.67% or 2/3 percent of the time we had a single break of the initial balance, and we've already had that single break, right? This is actually the third 30-minute candle that's trading above, and not surprising, we're in mega bull mode right now in the stock index futures. So, but where it gets interesting, it's, well, what about a double break, right? What are the chances of us wicking through at least, if not closing below the initial balance low? And just from a statistic point of view, forget about all the technicals on the chart, it's 33.33% or 1/3 of a chance that that's going to happen. So the odds are kind of against it, right? Forget about bullish, bearish for a second. The odds are kind of against it. It's only 1/3 versus 2/3. And then there's a 0 chance that there's no break. So we've already had a break, so that's kind of irrelevant. Okay, so that's kind of helpful. So now I'm focusing on the initial balance high for the rest of the day, and I'm looking at VWAP here. This is the session volume weighted average price, that white line going through here. It's part of the order flow studies that you get on NinjaTrader trading platform, and we are trading above it. We kind of lost it in the rearview mirror at the 10 to 10:30 candle, and we've been trading above that VWAP, suggesting buyers have been in charge. Is clearly, that makes sense because we have a bunch of green candles right now. So that's kind of number one. Number two is this point of control. This is the volume point of control. Again, part of the order flow tools that you get with the NinjaTrader software. And that point of control, in other words, where the most volume has traded for the Globex session. I'm just going to eyeball this crosshairs really quickly at 23,406. Give or take a couple of ticks. That's the biggest histogram bar. And if you look at this thing, the primary volume node is right around that point of control. And we have a smaller, I don't know if that's really a competing point of control or not, but it's also on the screen. And that's approximately 23,368. Now notice the last 2 hours, we haven't traded that low at all. As a matter of fact, the pivot is in the way. This is the daily pivot, which actually is on the event horizon between the value area and prices below value. So that's the situation here. Targets for the bulls, though. R1 is up here. 23,447 and a quarter. And then call resistance is kind of a big one, right? This could be a big magnet also, 23,450. Anything could happen. On the downside, though, keep in mind we have that JAX 2 that we just traded through, and we have a high vol level down at 23,350. So there are targets on the upside and downside. I'm kind of eyeing the upside, but we'll see what happens. All right. I mean, that's it, really. We got a great lineup on Monday, too. I want to remind everybody who's going to be here. If I could pull it up. Hang on a second. Let me see if the wheels in my show flow thing is going to happen or not. It may or may not. But in any event, thanks everybody for coming today. A great week as usual on NinjaTrader Live. And appreciate you guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button. Appreciate you guys hitting the subscribe button and telling friends and all that stuff. The more of us that are chatting and getting smarter together, the better off we all are, for sure. Okay, so Monday we have we have Ryan Pittelak is going to be with us in the morning. He is NinjaTrader. He's the guy, in charge of all of this. I'm not sure what his title is, but he's in charge of all of this education effort, including the live streams. Super smart guy. Really excited to see him. He's going to be on the Morning Gap with Cheyenne Deli on Monday morning. Chris Timmons is going to be with us on the Morning Gap. And then we have Pharm, Tanya Trades, Stowe, me and Shai will do a hot commodity report, and then Nick and Leo. So we got a lot of stuff happening on Monday as well. So having said all that, everybody, appreciate everybody being here with us again as usual. And remember, going into the weekend, we're done streaming for the day. Fridays is a 12 o'clock stop. Most important message, I mean this for everybody, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.